Wagwan Mina Slimes, we're so back. Oh, sorry, Konnichiwa Guan, or Konbawa Guan Mina Slimes. We're so back. Hello! We were never gone, actually. We never left. Not once. Hashtag early? Yes, very early. My stomach is making really weird noises right now. Okay, hello everyone. How are we today? I haven't seen you guys in so long. Terribly long, actually. Oh, and let's see if I can edit the settings of the stream. Can I? I cannot edit the settings of the stream. That's awkward. Just saw your archived Freud stream like 5 minutes ago. You dig it? Oh, thank you, Peyton. We are currently going to do 3 rounds of GeoGuesser, and then probably, so excited for the stream, of which there was no prior part at all. Yeah, exactly. Oh yes, pin message here. Oh man, my stomach is making some crazy noises. Sorry, I gotta pin that for you guys. Like the video, like this video if you like this sort of content in general. But I hope you enjoyed the Nick Land stream. Those were actually, in hindsight, they were fun at the time. Um, but yeah, okay. So, who knows stuff about Camus? And also, who knows stuff about, the location that we're in? Because I don't. Don't know where we are. I think it's close to the Mediterranean, but I could be wrong. So the way that we usually do these streams lately, how we're structuring them, is 3 rounds GeoGuessr, and then we'll get into reading. And YouTube people, like the video, please. If not, I die on spot. I perish. Is this NMP's skewed world? No. Kaz, welcome back. We actually need you here. And also, I'm very curious about what you were talking about with the metas last time. But were you here? People on YouTube, you know what to do. Like the video and also yap it up because if not, algorithm hates me. It does not like this topic. So we need to boost it and counteract that as much as possible, or else this video is going to be shoved into the abyss. So, Greece, I thought it looked very Mediterranean to me. It did look very, very Mediterranean. Also, um, oh, who said something? Could be anywhere, but guessing Japan is the only place you've been netting. Also Christopher Lash stream one. I mean, put it in if you go to Discord, which I have it in the pinned comment right now. There's a channel there where you can suggest content. We have a list going. Put that in there because if not, it gets lost in the abyss so quickly. People leave comments on videos, we lost it. People put stuff in chat, we lost it. So put it in that channel. Okay, let's take a quick look around. I do not believe this is Japan. I could be wrong though, but mostly because the towers themselves do not scream Japanese to me, and very seldomly do we get Japan here. But we have yet to actually fully look around. Ooh, that architecture is interesting. I don't know. Yeah, and what sign is this? See, Kaz, do you know the metas? Give us some clues, Kaz. And let me also put on screen, did that show up immediately? I love spelling. And you can barely see that, can you? Ah! Nice makeup. Oh, thank you, Boney. Works very hard on it. Totally not on stream. Um, Definitely looks Mediterranean. Hard to tell really because you haven't seen enough. Yeah, let me zoom around really quick. I fixed the text in the corner, except let me make it not that color. I never sleep, I never dream. Da 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 da. Another da 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 da. What I know. Okay, so I hope that makes sense for everyone. Oh God, I don't like that font though. I'm sorry. Also, my camera's taking up a huge portion of the screen. I know, but the algorithm prefers it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kaz. I'll try to like move out of the way when it becomes relevant. Mm. Getting onto a dirt road here, which I don't like because I feel like it's not going to give us as much information. Oh, yep. Thought so. Ooh, called it! Sorry. Moving this out of the way so you guys can see. Hee hee. Sorry. Forgot. Yeah, it's definitely Greek, but also we have the did I just zoom out without realizing? There's a huge city sort of northish of Athens. Okay. Kaz, you are so goaded for this. And we're on the one right now. Yeah, I see it. There we go. So we're on the one. Yep, and here's the one. Seeing if we keep going. So we're headed this direction, but we're still before CG. I can't pronounce Greek words. I'm sorry. I will absolutely butcher that. Because even just with the sun, we can get pretty close, right? Because Milos is 500 meters, and we're quite close to either an ocean or a. Yeah, no, we're close to the ocean. Oh, wait, sorry, we're looking at the wrong road, though. The one. Yeah, but why does the one turn into the three whatever whatever? I'm also gonna put a filter on this so that it color correction no. It's gonna there we go. Image mask. Yes, and then we're gonna put it in. Sorry, we're doing subtraction. And that did nothing. Yay! We're doing so great. Okay. So Kaz, you're the goat here. So the E75 is still the same as the 1, from what I'm understanding, right? Or it's not, because as soon as it hits here, it's the E75. Does the 1 come out of somewhere else? Yes. It hits across the 6 here, but turns into the 6. And the E75 is still the 1. Okay. Do we see Stylida anywhere? And we're close to the ocean or some. Ooh. That's the E92. E75 is still a 1. Yeah. Am I crazy? Did I miss it? Chat. Is Larissa to the north or the south? I can't tell from the sign. That's the confusing part. Because you have as much information as I do here, right? We're close to the ocean. We're close to mountains on the other side. So I assume either a river of some sort or it's a very small ocean. I don't think is the case. Um, think we're on a road and that sort of tells us what the direction is. I think so too. But we're definitely on the one. Because see, right here. Right up here you can see that we're 500 meters from I can't pronounce it. 500 meters from Caravo Caravomylos and Stylida, and then if we keep going, because we're on the one right here, we get to Larisa. You really can't see that now. Whoa! MC Bong. Hi, welcome back. For Claudius II during his reign forbade marriages in his kingdom in order to build a large and powerful army. Claudius believed that young men who did not have families or wives would enlist more easily. However, a Roman bishop continued to celebrate marriages even with the emperor's decree. His name was Valentine, and his ceremonies were held in secret. Practice was discovered, and Valentine was arrested and sentenced to death. While in prison, many young people threw flowers and notes expressing their continued belief in love. Among those who threw messages, the bishop was a blind young woman, Atarius, the jailer's daughter, who obtained her father's permission to visit Valentine. The two fell in love, and miraculously, the young woman regained her sight. The bishop even wrote a love letter to the young woman with the signature, "From your Valentine," an expression still used to this day. Valentine, after his death sentence, was beheaded on February 14th, 2070. Check to see if they're the one branches off the E75. Okay, true, Kaz. True. MC Bong, is that true? Or is that just a very beautiful story to embellish all of that? Maybe I'm jaded, but we must be by the E75 somewhere close to where you can see mountains on the other side. Oh, that is the documented story of St. Valentine. Post link, because I do actually want to read it. Now, if the records are an exact representation of what really happened, who knows? Yeah. Valentine mad geeked. I mean, we've read through Land's accounts from several Christians that were very poorly taken care of, in which he explains in great detail, or sorry, I say recounts in great detail from other writers. Oh, I see Sedila. Thea, but we must be so we're closer to Karavomylos. I wish I knew how to do a Greek accent because I feel like that would be helpful right about now. But here, in the E76, ooh, how close can we get? That's my question. Because we're definitely on the way to Larissa from here, right? YouTube trap, feel free to pitch into this. I'm not seeing Milos anywhere though. And now we're headed far from the ocean again. 500 meters is not very big of a distance though. Deer Valley. Okay, after this, someone remind me to look up what Deer Valley looks like because I'm very curious. And okay, let's say we follow the way to Stylida really quickly, right? Let's follow that. Hi, get us on the main road, please. You dingus. That in itself is probably already a pretty good indication of what we're doing right now, though. Oh, and we don't have a road name here, which is also odd because OpenGuesser usually provides that. So, I know I zoomed past a sign. Let's see what it says. Hmm. We seem next exit seems to be Stylida. Oh, did I just switch roads? Oh, hell yeah. Um, link from the Vatican News in Portuguese, but I presume the Google Translate in your browser will translate it correctly. I can read Portuguese. I worked at a Portuguese law office back in Miami. It's closer to French than Spanish is, which I can read French. So for some reason, I somehow parse Portuguese much easier than I can. Sorry, I worked as a secretary at an immigration law firm. That was one of my first jobs. Um, which they specialized in mostly Slavic countries and also countries that spoke Portuguese. Spork Portuguese. I love sporking Portuguese. Sporking Portuguese is my favorite. Now that I reflect on it, Valentine was being anti-establishment, anti-war, and anti-oppression by literally helping those in love celebrate their love. Dude was based. Yeah, yeah, I do quite agree with that statement. I do quite agree. I need to make an account on OpenGuesser because I need to start keeping my score. Kaz, what do you think? Are you proud? I just missed the sign. Exit. The thing that I don't know is that when I pick a place, does it want me to guess? Ooh, this is so pretty, by the way. Woo! Where did we go? We got somewhere real fast, but I don't know where. Quite bright. Mmm. I don't think we were supposed to go there. Okay, now where are we? Ugh, not like this. And now I'm turned around as well. The main road is definitely up there. How did I even get here? Ugh, and we were doing so well. Now where are we? I just randomly click and it just brings me to a place that we weren't even, where are we? Dog? Ugh. And we were so close. Okay, let's check. Portuguese? More like Portugoose. I'm funny. Yes, you are, MC Bong. You get that one. Is in Greece? Yes, John. We are in Greece. Bring me back to the main road. Oh, okay. Well, I remember this sign, but we're now on the wrong path. There we go. Still the wrong one. There we go. The dangers of heading too far ahead. Yeah. Okay, so that's the exit for... Ooh, but this one might be helpful. Wherever it went. Athena and Lamia. Zooming out, zooming out. That's kilometers away. Uh, there's Lamia. What? What? Been reflecting, um, and thinking about love and hope lately. Came to find a story about a time around 900k years ago, where around 1,300 of our ancestors, pre-humans, were alive. The number of individuals fluctuated between 1,300 and 2,000 for around 120,000 years. I think our indomitable human spirit gene came from those days. Perhaps. Go on that, MC Bong. I like this. I like this free association period. Also, those of you in YouTube chat, you know what to do. Like the video, or else Camus is going to be sent to the abyss because it talks a lot about things that you probably already know. Camus talks about in the Myth of Sisyphus, and that gets that gets sent to the no-no zone of YouTube. So Lamia's this way 22 kilometers, right? And Lamia's here. And this is Studula. So we pop off of the one. We are currently on the one. Also, does it ask me like where my first spot is? So this is the A1, but when we get off here, road name? No road name. So when I make a guess, it is closest to where I am, correct? Like as where my current position is and not where it first placed me. Because that's kind of important to know. It's always a starting point. Is it actually Olympia? Oh no. Well, we were at a road closest to. Oh, that kind of messes everything up. I was under the impression that it was where the current position is. I am using OpenGuesser and not GeoGuesser. So, maybe that affects things. I have no idea. I don't know that meta. You can tell I'm quite new to all of this. I do very much like it though, and the community's been really nice so far. But that means that we were around, because we didn't get off at around. This was about where the roundabout was, and this is where we got confused, I want to say. And the E75 is the same as the one here. And this road has no name, so that makes sense. Ooh, my stomach is making crazy noises. But can someone in chat check that for me, actually? I think all the good and bad things that come out of Camus' philosophy come from the subjective fact that he was a hopeless romantic. Huh. You know, that's an interesting take, honestly. I don't view Camus, I feel like he is probably the epitome of the jaded, hopeless romantic, in my personal opinion. And also, real Camus fans don't know how to drive. All of my homies that love Camus cannot drive. We do not know how. I don't know how to drive. I am a useless member of society. Will I learn at some point? Yes. IDK if OpenGuesser has the GeoGuesser oh, okay. So return to start. I see. Olympia, thank you. Really appreciate that. Menu. Leaderboards, multiplayer, login, maps, how to play. Yes, I understand that much. Guess where you are, pinpoint the location for a higher score. Multiplayer. Um, what does return mean? I think it's gonna take me back to the main screen, which is not good. Ooh, I didn't even know there was a terrain option. Huh? What? This was an option the entire time? Reset the view. Okay, is that it? No, it's not. It is not. Um, people of YouTube, like this video because we're going to be speaking about Camus and the Myth of Sisyphus. And if you know what that talks about, you know that this video is going to be sent to the Shadow Realm because it is dark topics. So, to make sure that it doesn't get sent to the abyss and I don't go along with it, please, please like this video. Because I do think this is an important topic. Um, Satellite view might help you. On OpenGuesser, press R to return. Oh, okay. Thank you, MC Bong. Okay. I'm pressing R. And it's not taking me back to the thing. Um, but I know that we were in proximity to one of these towers, because I remember that quite succinctly. Gosh, had I known that, that would have been a lot more helpful. Now I feel quite dumb. Yeah. Oh, thank you guys for liking the video. Appreciate that, genuinely. I think this is a good message to get out, and I also think that Camus slept on in actually reading. But let's get through these rounds. I do really wanna guess this correctly though. Maybe I'm being pedantic. Or as Fred would say, anal. Discordia. Never heard of her. I'm sorry. Or am I? Um, Yeah, because education. Well, I don't want to lose where I am right now. Report, bug, legal about, no. You know, OpenGuesser is kind of based for that because you have to pay for GeoGuesser, which makes me really upset. Olympia, are you still there? And I don't think we had gotten to. My bad. Apparently, GeoGuessr has the R to return to start due to an HTML limitation. OpenGuessr runs on iframe. Most keyboard commands don't work, including R. Um, okay, gotcha. But does it matter if I guess from where I was positionally on OpenGuessr? Like, does it matter where it dropped me first? Or does it matter where I am on the map currently? Because that is the main crux of what we're thinking about here. Yeah, and the sign had not come up yet, I don't believe. Huh. Um, I believe we were about here. No, we were a bit far back. Farther back. Yeah, we were a bit farther back. We were about here. In OpenGuessr, you press space to lock in. On OpenGuessr, you press space to lock in current location as the guess from what the documentation explains. Wait, say that one more time? You press space. Interesting. Because if we go by where I am currently, I could give you a pretty accurate estimation because we got the signs pretty early. Kilometer 206. And we're on probably this road right here, despite it not being named, which is odd. But hey, who am I to judge? Or maybe it's this road. Okay, lock in the current location as the guess. Well then, I know how to circumvent that. Hee hee. I missed the turn, right? Nope, right here. And I can say with um I'm pressing space. So I'm hoping that that is what that means. Place your pin first. Oh, yeah, duh. But yeah, we get off here and this road has no name. And then as soon as that happens, there's a bit of it goes back to the E75 over here, but that's where we got confused for a bit. So, I'm going to guess that we're at this little junction right here. Um, YouTube viewers, please like this video also because Camus, you know what he talks about in the Myth of Sisyphus, and it's going to get really put down. Ooh, someone followed? Thank you for the follow. Mbike's door. I hope I spelled that correctly. Not gonna lie, as a software developer, the amount of times the documentation is lied to me is kind of frustrating. Real and true. Real and true. But yeah, you two people, if you would like to see this video not buried by the algorithm because of the dark topics, greetings from Brazil. Hi, another person of Portuguese disposition. That's not a thing. That's literally not a thing. Well, I guess it technically is a thing if you're referring to the country. Eu, Brasil, não tem como. I hope I pronounced that correctly. But I would like to say, oh, and yeah, there was a place that I wanted to look up that I said had a cute name. What was it? Like Deer something. Deer Valley. Someone remind me to look up Deer Valley and what that looks like. But I'm going to place my guess here because I feel like that is a pretty good guess. Ooh, there's a farm? I'm not seeing it. Perhaps we're totally wrong. Winning many games on GeoGuesser? We're on our first round actually, but I feel as though I'm pretty comfortable in this guess. Watch it be totally wrong though. Okay, fingers crossed, everyone. Uh, Here, moving this down a little bit. Sorry, you can see my desk right now. It was arts and crafts time before. Actually, no. We're going to have this up here, and we're just going to move the camera a little bit out of the way, and I will show you here. We have lots of orchids and stuff going on, but oh, thank you, Jack Style, for the follow. Appreciate you. Perhaps the correct guesses were the friends we made along the way. True. So true. MC Bong, you bring such a good vibe. I appreciate you. But okay, I'm comfortable with this guess. Shall we? Is it like command space? I can't imagine, right? What? What? Sorry, let me moving orchids out of the way. What? Olympia, I failed you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought we were on the way to Celida, but as it turns out, we were past it technically. I failed you. It's pretty good. Yeah, but we could have done better. I don't know. Olympia was helping out a lot, and so was Kaz, actually. Also, you two people, make sure to like the video because if you saw the topic of the video, dark, and you know how YouTube likes dark things, so so that it doesn't get suppressed, please make sure to like it. Not gonna lie, the first what scared the shit out of me, but you were close at least. I know, I just, it makes me sad. Ah, I felt like I was so good right there. What? Oh, alas, we continue. Mm, this foliage. Morton Road. I believe we're in Canada, but we need to find a mileage sign for me to make, or sorry, kilometer sign for me to make sure. No, the US, miles per hour. Okay. Oh, let me keep that in frame for you guys. Okay. Morton Road. Can we tell anything by the foliage? Is my question. YouTube chat, any guesses? Oh, also, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Just making sure. Ooh, let me provide some background music for you all as well. Maybe Maine or Minnesota? Maybe, John. Maybe. Honestly, I don't. What is it? This foliage is definitely like. I say definitely. I have no freaking clue. I want to say northeastern. Tree Forest, USA. Thank you, Justin. Nothing can hurt you. You're literally an island. Nothing can hurt you. You're literally an island of order in a universe that seeks nothing but entropy by Brogan Woodman. Brogan tends to drop some fire tweets between his schizo posts and clavicular analysis. Brogan also tends to drop the funniest fucking lines, like genuinely. Um, there's something that we have in a chat, and like most of it is just Brogan saying really funny shit. You want to say it's northeastern too? Okay, thought so. I feel less crazy. Um, Brogan dropped some fire lines. Hi chat, I'm eating spaghetti. Hi Doris, I hope your spaghetti's good. But Morton Road, is everyone behaving? Yeah, no, everyone's being super nice actually. People on YouTube, please make sure to like the video because you know the topic and Camus, and or sorry, if you don't know the topic, it gets dark. And I think it's important that it's talked about, but the YouTube gods do not like such things to be talked about. So, please like the video so that it doesn't get suppressed so that other people can actually see it too. With or without chili pizza. I feel like I feel a Wendigo vibe from the current place we're trying to pinpoint. Appalachian Twilight Tumblr aesthetic. True. Also, I forgot again that I moved without taking into account how close we were to the original start position. Doors said with teehee. So true, bestie. You've liked it? Thank you, John. I know you're a real one, John. I appreciate you. Those look like igneous rocks. So you obviously know more about geology than I do, even though I literally took a geology course like not that long ago, so I have no excuse. But I say not that long ago, like it hasn't been years. There's a YouTuber by the name of Nice Name, spelled GNEISS name. Very funny name. Also talks about geology in Minecraft. Very cool guy. Like his videos. Shout out to him. Can one of the mods shout him out actually? Um, but yeah. What does igneous rocks mean, John? Tell me. Oh, Olympia, you're back. Swag mode on. Need more info. Those pine trees feel like Western Coast, Washington, Oregon, but not sure yet. We were saying East Coast, but you know, you could be right, Olympia. Where are you based, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? This is Morton Road. Okay. Never mind. Clicked back in the stream. Check it's limestone, some kind of sedimentary. Okay. The more you know. Mm. Blend, subtraction. Who's yapping? Limestone means it's probably closer to upstate New York. Niagara Falls is limestone, but um, there's limestone in an area like that. John is going hard on the geology here. Let's freaking go. I love it. Thank you. Oh, Washington. We are West Coast Olympia. You are correct. You are correct. Am I covering it? Sorry, moving out of the way for everyone to see. So, Washington, Morton Road. Yes. There's Morton Road. Washington. So it's State Road 7. Because they're national roads, right? Yeah. State Road 7. Oh, yeah, sure. Done, don't overcooked. 2, 12. Haha. Canada spotted. To be fair, when I first said Canada, I wasn't that off. 2, 2. State Road 7, State Road 7. Give me State Road 7. This is the place David Lynch filmed Twin Peaks. Justin, you're messing with me. Don't say stuff like that because I'll believe you. This will not show up on GeoGuesser, that name on the road. Yeah, we've been using it to our advantage. I know, I'm on easy mode, I'm sorry. Also, people in YouTube chat, I've mentioned this like several times already, so I'm gonna be really annoying in like 5 seconds. But Camus and the Myth of Sisyphus, the topics in here will be absolutely um, destroyed by YouTube. So please be sure to like this video so that it doesn't get sucked to the bottom of the abyss, because that will happen. Please, please, please like the video because I think it's really important that these things are talked about. But yeah, with that, we continue. Um, Washington 7 goes north south. It's a little southwest of Mount Rainier. Okay. Okay, okay. My leg just fell asleep. Vancouver. Oh, what a name. Well, to be fair, I can point this out as a name because it's public information. But does a mod want to say exclamation point IG in chat? Or I think maybe non-mods can do it as well. On Twitch chat. By the way, you need to zoom more for regional roads. You're looking on US roads. Okay. Yeah. So you can see why this name here has some significance to me. Or if I try to show you. Can you see that? Is that visible? Because I find it quite funny. Morton is a town at the intersection of 7 and 12. Okay. The smaller road 7 in the oval. Oh, okay. So it's not. I thought we were looking at state roads. And in the green forested part. Okay. Moscow. I'm sorry, I'm getting very distracted. Um. Okay, don't laugh at me. Where's Mount Rainier? Please don't laugh at me. Highway 7 starts in Tacoma, um, southern Seattle Metro, to the right side of Wishbone. Okay. Sounds like a plan. At Olympia. Like someone in chat. Olympia preferred signifiers for you? No, you look on the terrain map and it shows up mountains better. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was really, really useful. I'm so annoyed that I haven't seen this sooner. Washington State Route SR7 is a primary state highway in Pierce County, Washington, connecting Tacoma. But it's not SR7, it's WA7, right? Is there a difference between SR7 and WA7? Um, the Mount Rainier area via Spanaway and Eatonville, often referred to as part of Mountain Highway, serves as a crucial commuter route and tourist route to Mount Rainier National Park, undergoing regular maintenance and go ahead and check the difference. Okay. I mean, honestly, if anything, we're learning more because I am a total noob. I'm very sorry, chat. I feel like I'm learning a lot though. Right side of Wishbone, you said. Oh, there we go, Mount Rainier National Park. So it's State Road 7 in a circle. Okay. And does this continue? This is 12. 7. Seven's quite small. WA and SR State Route both refer to the same Washington State Highway. Okay. WA is the informal prefix, SR is the formal one. I see. Interesting. So they use the informal here. And does it come in a circle like this? Can you see that? Okay, let me. Is the 7 in a circle like this, or does it have a different shape to it? Mount Rainier. And we just got off of Morton Road, which is interesting because what's Murray Road? Oh, we're. But at what point does it go from Morton to Murray? Or is Morton also State Road 7? That's very confusing. Morton is a little south of where you are. Okay. Olympia, how do we refer to you in the third person? Do you have a preference? Signage of some sort. We started close to over here. Hampton Lumber Mills, Morton, mile 2. Uh, okay. Yeah, I see that. Do you have any compass that will help you which direction? Yes, so the compass is over here. And let me, so yeah, obviously, well, you, realizing now that you can't see that, moving chat for you very briefly. Oh, you can't even see it if I move chat. Oops. There's a compass in the corner if you want me to tap it. But we're facing, northeast, like 45 degrees. Hampton Lumber Mills, Morton, adopt a highway. That's our main, main giveaway, I want to say. Ooh, no, I didn't mean to guess, no. Right outside the town of Morton, I think. Lumber Mill is just north of the town of Morton. Okay, gotcha. WA is majorly in the north-south axis with very few stretches where it traverses the east-west axis. Okay. Excuse me. Here, let me move this a little bit so you can see. Not myself. Whoops. What? You can see the compass here in the corner. Actually, chat, today you move here and you cover up my stupid microphone. Yippee! Oops. You guys can't see me being finicky right now, but I'm being finicky. 2 miles north of the mill just popped up on the map. Trail marker says you're 2 miles north of Number Mill, right? I don't want to cheat too much. Today chat is left leaning. You bunch of commies. Lineup road direction is pretty important to find. Finding 5K exact spot easier, faster when you know which direction road facing. You can rule out sections of the road that not fit. I'm left leaning myself, by the way. Okay. I don't want to cheat too much. Let's not look anything up unless I explicitly state that we should look something up because I want to. Oh, I didn't look up the deer, what was it called? The deer view? The one in Greece. I was very curious about it. So we're north of Morton, is what we said? 2 miles north of the mill that just popped up. Oh yeah, let me move this so that I don't dox myself again. Because that would not be good. We'll keep this here for now. Hmm. Deer Valley. Thank you, MC Bong. Ah, something to visit in Greece, I guess. I need an invite to Greece, though. Trail marker sign, you said 2 miles north of the lumber mill. I don't remember. Because we went pretty far back to where we originally started. Finally got your food. Yay, Wormy! You got your food! You can tell my stomach did not get its food. I don't want to be too pedantic. I'm not seeing any water. How's the terrain looking? Oh, well, foliage is too dense here to really parse anything in that manner. But, those are mountains over there. Calling it Brazil? Yeah, definitely, Justin. Definitely Brazil. With the miles per hour and everything. Oh, yeah. Mile 2, Hampton Lumber Mills, Morton. Adopt a highway. And I'm not seeing any other major indicators. But this looks like, what, a shopping location? And we would be by a train, which I have yet to see. And maybe I'm just being paranoid here, but I feel like that would be very easy to see over the, well, maybe not with the foliage here, but any indication of a train? Hello? It's getting quite bendy over here too. I'm curious. Oh, someone on a bike, so definitely close to a city or a town. I'm just fuming about. Uh, that's about as far as I go, I guess. Who said something? Hampton Lumber Mill pops up on your map in GeoGuesser. It's a great place to go off. Yeah, you can buy lumber from a mill. That's why it's considered a shop. Oh, okay. More you know. My leg just fell asleep. People in YouTube chat, if you know anything about what Camus is about, um, dark topics, therefore YouTube will suppress it. Therefore, please like it so that it doesn't get suppressed. Thank you. Appreciate you. But alas, Americans really saw all this beautiful nature and thought, yo, let's build a McDonald's here. They sure did. So we're 2 miles from the lumber farm, and it looks like we're right in between that and civilization. So And I cannot move any further. I literally can't. That's my guessing period. Quite twisty roads too. Yeah, which makes sense with right here. And we're facing this would be north. Da 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 da. Time I know. Yeah, I was thinking so too. It's around the town of Morton. The darkness consumes you. Calling it. The world wall has appeared. Nothing beyond the darkness threshold. Yeah, exactly. If you went any further, it'd be too obvious where you'd be. Fair. Yeah, I guess. And I'm also guessing if anyone in chat wants to look this up, um, can someone look up if OpenGuesser guesses your exact position, like your current position, or if it guesses where it originally placed you? Because that would be helpful. Yeah, these are some twisty roads. If north is was that way, I believe we started like right here. OpenGuesser requires you to guess your starting position. Ah! Okay. I need to start remembering that then. And then when we went this way is west. But also, after the bend, it's south. And that's where the sign is. I believe we started about here. So I looked at these trees and I was like, I think we're in Canada. Oh no. Excuse me. So that means that, and this is south of us, we have little bendy bits, 2 miles. And let's see how far we are from a straight road. So I feel like that would also be a very good indicator. It's another bend here. Ooh, it's quite beautiful here. Wow. Is it true that the West Coast is dry? I genuinely don't know. I've never been. Well, I mean, I've been briefly to like California and stuff. Oh, farm. Hmm. Get towards the bendy bits and then we get our first part of civilization here. So, I would say we can place ourselves, um, ooh, if I'm being very spicy indeed, you might even be able to pinpoint the trees. Well, honestly, that does kind of confuse me more. Um, you're south of that river? What do you mean? Which river? The river that's the river on the map you just crossed, that little concrete bridge. Cali is dry. The PNW is a rainforest. Interesting. I've still have yet to. I really want to go to Vancouver Island. I'm very, very curious about it. We're in Canada, my God. Yes. Yes, that is my reaction over whenever we're in Canada because I'm horribly embarrassed the fact that I can never properly guess. This building here, if you guys can see that, looks like the building. This building here looks like this building here. If I'm incorrect, you can shoot me like a dog. Going back to eating food? No, don't leave. Okay, that makes me feel better that Olympia said that. Okay. Thank you, Olympia. 15 seconds behind us, but the area on the map with the street view is roughly the same spot. Oh, okay. Time to find. Let's count how many bends there were. So, bend number one, bend number two, bend number two is quite bendy. Bend number three over here. Oh, yeah. So we were three bends. And, sorry, probably like two and a half. So we started about right here, I believe. Yeah, we started about right here. So one, two, three. And it curved pretty hard right there, yeah. And that's about 2 miles away from the thing. Okay, yeah. And if we really, really want to be pedantic, we're facing north here-ish. Well, actually, why'd I do that? Now I just feel more stupid. Um, it's a straight area between two bends. So one, two, and a half. And it is probably like right here with the foliage covering this up. I don't know. What do we think? What do we think? Um, next, the white solar roof next to road, yeah. You're going to be within 200 meters of the accurate. Okay, let's go. Hopefully. Um, fingers crossed, right? Oh! Okay. Wait. Oh no, Chad is in the way now. Look at that. Getting the flowers out of the way. Woo! And it says, no, no, not that. says wow. Well, actually, it says, yeah, it just says wow. But still, I think we did pretty good. I think we did pretty good. We're 193 meters. I couldn't have done it without you guys. Thank you. That's really close. I know, that's crazy. Thank you guys. Um, there's a trick. When you're down below, you straight face north with the compass and it will be same angle on the map. What do you mean? John said, yes. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe I should make an account now. Tropical puts way too much effort in GeoGuesser than it deserves. No, it's fun and I like learning about geography. It's cool. You should make an account? Okay, I'll make an account really quick. Look away. You have the Myth of Sisyphus in the background now. Oh, you guys have Fred as the background. Whoops, sorry. I'm officially on Open Guesser. Does anyone else dabble in geography YouTube? Myron Cook is kind of goated. Give me geography YouTubers. That's really good. I need to learn more about this. Looking down on the location to the ground and facing north at the same time, it will be like on the map shot from above, but in high zoom, but you will get a road angle. Okay, interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Hmm. Well, I have an account now. If you guys want to add me, oh, oh Canada. Okay, don't look at that, but oh, okay. Continuing. Ah, UK if I've ever seen it. Chancellery Muse. Oh, and this is our third and final round. So, we better make it count, because it would be bad to end on a horrible note. Oh, yes, and before we move our position, we should follow the advice given to us by Olympia. Def UK, right? Yeah, no, it's gotta be UK. But we're in some friggin' Chaz? Is that what they call them? Some Chaz town. Alrighty. Let's follow Chancellery Muse since it's our only option out of here. Oh! Apparently it's just not a thing. Nice area. Am I allowed to leave? Did it just dump me in a location that I can't leave? Wait a minute. Very nice area. Very nice area. Where the heck is Chancellery Muse? And why the heck am I here? And why can't I move anywhere? Okay, I don't know if you guys are seeing this, but I only have one arrow, right? That's it. That's all I can do. That's all I can do. I go over here, I still end up over here. I can only move two places. Is it broken? Me asking a girl out for Valentine's Day. Yo, you wanna be friends on OpenGuesser? Real. Now you can try this trick. Click the compass first and then look. It's gonna be your Chancellor Muse mewing looks maxing. Will the UK Geo Mog tropical or will tropical completely aura farm? It's in the British Chud pin. Sorry, British Chuds are called Chazes, I believe. To its rightful place. We'll find out all of that and more on today's Valentine's Day stream. Listen, no one can. This jawline, I don't even need to mew. All natural, baby. All natural. So, I'll mog the entirety of the UK, especially Chancellery Muse. I don't think that we're winning this one though. This one's fucked. This one, they did this to mess with me. I cannot move anywhere in this map. So because they fucked me, I think now we're allowed to look stuff up, chat. There was no way that I could have gotten that. Well, perhaps if I like really, really knew it, but yeah, they spawn locked me. Yep, my teeth are straight and clean. Yes, they are. Tee. Let me just briefly while I'm spawn locked. Let me just mog on the UK because they dare put me in Chancellery Muse with a jawline like this. Of course I'm gonna mog you. Who do you think you are? Coming to my stream? Spawn locking me? Bringing up mewing? No, no, not here. Not with this jawline. I'd like to see them try. I'd like to see them try. Oi. Yes. Yeah. Chat, help me out here. Where is this? Where is Chancellery Muse? And why is it such a well-off area? What are they hiding? Chancellery Muse? See, if I was more of a UK head, I would know stuff like this. But what does Muse even refer to? Greenwich. Bury St. Edmunds? Where is that? Huh? While we're figuring that out, I'm going to oh, Bury St. Edmunds. East of Cambridge. Uh Not on the coast. Or Newt on the coast. Okay. Understood, understood. Birmingham. Uh, um, you know my brain turns. Okay, Cambridge. Not on the coast. East of Cambridge, not on the coast. Can't believe they spawn locked me. That sucks. I should probably report that, but it'll be funnier if I get like at least some of it right. Um, Dis. That's what I'm about to do to this. Um, Bury St. Ed. 30 miles east of Cambridge. Where is this? Is a classic neighborhood in any UK city. It's too fancy to be any neighborhood. But because they soft locked me, or sorry, spawn locked me, we get to look this up. 30 miles east of Cambridge. Okay. 6 Mile Bottom. 6 Mile Bottom. Clavicular is from Hoboken, New Jersey. Good. It's where he deserves to be from. Is this where the guy who hit his face with a hammer comes from? Is that what clavicular was famous for? Oh my god. What? Bury St. Edmunds. Okay. mm, okay, let me go back to standard because I'm not reading anything. "30 miles east." Not from the Jersey Shore. Jersey Shore. Um, the fact that Clavicular is 5 years younger than me is both impressive and horrifying. While his bone smashing activities did increase his fame online. He did? Clavicular actually bone smashed? That's insane. What is wrong? What? Why? I like that you knew who I was talking about. Um, we should nuke the internet. Yes. Well, yes, because everyone knows who clavicular is, we need to nuke the internet. We need to put some sort of nuclear bomb into the atmosphere, or not the atmosphere. Oh my God, into orbit. Apparently, his mom confiscated his bone smashing hammer. He had a specific hammer for it, but apparently he had a spare one hid. I think that's just called self harm. God has made New Jersey as a punishment for Italians. Yikes! That's genuinely sad. I'm sorry. Where is Bury St. Edmunds? Due east of Cambridge, halfway between Cambridge and the ocean. Okay, thank you. Ah, awesome. Much appreciated. Wow, what a small town. I'd love to look around more if I wasn't spawn locked. Why? Where are we? Sorry, we ended up talking too much about clavicular. Chancellery Muse. Yeah, well, I should have known that. Um, I'm assuming that's not even a major street. Mount Road, bit of sugar. If you guys can point me in any particular direction as it relates to Brayson and Edmonds. Brayson and Edmonds do look for the town center sculpture of St. Edmunds. Okay. Cemetery. Bit of sugar, Sainsbury's, golf club. What? Wesley Estate. Honestly, I just want to look in here just to be like, it sounds like where Chancellery, what was it? Chancellery Muse would be. What is a mew? Like as it relates to streets? Because there's lanes, there's streets, there's roads, you know? What cress? What's a mew? At the east end of Rigsby Street, before reaching the sculpture of St. Edmund, look for Mew cul-de-sac between Springfield Road and Parkway. I saw that briefly. Parkway and Outer Rigsby Gate. Okay. It's not showing me where the actual sculpture is unless I'm stupid. I've never been to a Tesco and I want to go just to say that it's bad, despite never having been there. Okay, so Parkway and what do we say? Rigsby? Outer Rigsby Gate. Springfield Road and Parkway. I have to zoom in a lot. Okay. TJ Maxx or TK Maxx. That's pretty crazy. Okay, Rigsby Street, or sorry, Rigsby Gate Street. Um, okay. Oh, wow, I have to zoom in super hard for that. And it soft locked me here. That's, there's no way I would have guessed that. There is no way I would have been able to have guessed that. That's absolutely insane. Thank you guys. Yeah, see, Spawn, when it Spawn locked me, I was like, this is not fair, and I hate it. So, um, no, to hell with you. And I'm all the way at the end here, it seems. Well, actually, let's be really, really rude about it and look at the satellite just to make sure. Yep, because that leads over there, and this leads over here. So, to be very pedantic, very, very pedantic, yes, we're more like right about, here, actually. Fuck you, Chancellor Muse, and fuck being spawn locked. That sucks. We should do another round because of spawn lock? We could. I don't know. We can do a vote on it. OpenGuesser did me dirty with this one? Yeah, they sure did. Add me on OpenGuesser, everyone. I promise I will not cheat unless I am spawn locked. I will read through these messages about clavicular in 5 seconds. Let me just see if I can celebrate a victory here. Yes! Yes! Within 1 meter! Look at this. Wait. Okay. Okay. I think I think we did quite well here. Time for a screenshot. I think this is time for a clip. This is beautiful. This is who, and also let me mog on them really quickly too, because how dare you? Muse? No. That's all here, baby. You don't get to. No. I that was genuinely harrowing. But yeah, that was thank you guys for the help. Oh, oh, I can practice. Okay, interesting. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, Kaz, is that what you meant? Jack Styles said, "Wow." Yes, I had a lot of help. Ultra mogged, yes. Now would be the time for a clip. Well, I mean, you had the clip earlier, but you know. Let me put a vote in Twitch chat really quick. To see if we want to do another round because I was spawn locked, or if we want to get into reading. How do I do this again? And I'll put it for 5 minutes. Oh, you clipped it? Nice. Put it in the Discord. There's a clips channel. But yeah, arm's reach. Yeah, right, John? A muse is a stable that's converted into a row of houses. Interesting. Um, a mew is a different thing. I believe a single of muse is spelled with an S. Okay, so it's not mew, it's muse with an S at the end. Interesting, interesting, interesting. And it's converted from a stable. Posted into clips. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's read these comments really quick. And and for people who aren't on Twitch, I will send a link in oh, can I not send a link? Okay, sending a link here for everyone who wants to vote. That allows you to vote, right? Hmm. Have you guys voted? Vote, 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 vote. And while you do that, I'm going to like pat my face or something because I'm I did all this makeup for Valentine's Day. And now I've been getting too sweaty. Oh, I can tell I'm losing my voice. That's not good. Cast your vote for Democracy Matters. I hope it does at least. It does, depending on the context. No one's voted. You guys are supposed to vote. What's going on? We don't have all day. Vote, vote, vote. Extra round, or do we get into Camus? Also, flexing this once again. Like, do. Vote, 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 vote. Oh, it's looking like yes so far. Where are my mods? Ooh, my stomach is making some crazy noises. Oh, my stomach is making some really crazy noises. Okay, so we're doing another round. Ah, okay. Um, Time to update stream. Well, who needs to be updated? You know? I'm gonna put some background music for you guys as well. Mostly because I want to hear it. Mm. Is that too loud? How's the music? Too loud? Who doesn't appreciate a surprise on Valentine's Day anyway? True! I never sleep. I never eat. And what I know and know. So we're facing north. State route north. And it's a route that is directly north. State route north. To whenever we. It could be anywhere. I never eat. You're very gorgeous. You look like a fairy. Thank you. Fairy is the first time I've gotten fairy. I usually get elf. Music is the correct volume? Okay, awesome. Mm. Are we sure it's in the US? I guess that makes sense. I guess. Definitely the US. Okay. Chinese engineers refactored OpenClaw in the Go language for hyper efficiency. Can run on your $10 Raspberry Pi instead of $3.99 Mac Mini, Chinese Confucian Intellect Mogs, Western capitalist devs once again. They're just, I think they're doing it honestly to undermine American companies, but in a way it ends up having this like massively like open source effect, which is kind of sick. Can you put that in the Access channel in Discord? Because I want to do more research on that. Okay, where is State Road North? Not the east side. Still see you around. From the other side. Look down the higher ground. Are you a regular player of this, or is this one of your first times? I play this every time I open a stream for 3 rounds to get my brain warmed up before I read. You can tell my voice is going, oh no. But I am not a regular player. No, I don't play on my own time. I usually have chat helping me, but I think it's really interesting to learn a little bit more about geography at the same time, because if not, I don't. And that's really a shame. I mean, I guess I learned about the like average amount, but I really like learning more, especially about, I've had a special interest in seeing different places around the UK lately because of it. So, Lusassel. I hope that answers your question. I know there's metas about it, and I've asked, I think, Kaz to tell me a little bit more about it, but I, for the most part, am horribly ignorant on the matter. State Road. Where are we? Publish a Twitter post in the GitHub repository with Pico Claw, the Go based open claw rework. Yes, channel. Thank you. Okay, someone help me out. Is gotta click around so we can pick up more hints. You're north of the Mason-Dixon line. Okay. But we're going more north. Oh, that changed a lot. Nothing comes easy, nothing comes easy. You and I will end. 310th Street. Okay. You and I will end together. What? I'm not allowed to name. Such a welcome. With open hearts and eyes. With open arms, I'm seeing you and I. Nothing comes easy, nothing comes easy. And I up here together. Are you guys getting anything? Maybe this is Indiana? What gives you Indiana? It can't be a place that gets too much snow because I'm not seeing any markers that we would get anything over. Ooh, my insides are making noises. I could be wrong. But if this is, State Road North. And that was 310th Street. Nothing comes easy, nothing comes easy. And I up here together. Let me take a quick gander. It looks like it's about to rain in this photo. But we can see here. This is, sorry, I'm in the way, aren't I? $310th Street. Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, Illinois. Southern Great Lakes region. Okay. This place looks like somewhere in the dead middle of the U.S. It just looks like the Midwest, but not Iowa, since Iowa literally is almost only cornfields. Yeah. Well, apparently I was kicked from Discord. Weird, but okay. It is what it is. Oh. I do not moderate it, so, sorry, that might have been probably a misunderstanding with one of the mods. Get up to a close. It's coming to a close. It's coming to a close. I should know. See your smile. I thought you would show. I thought you would show. Tell it's over. Care. Look back and search. Look back at all. Okay, wait, that narrows us down because not a lot of states have very north pointing state roads. And Indiana's looking pretty good. US Highway 51, yeah, but look back at coming to a close. Ah, these all have different names too. It's confusing. Wait, but it would be a state road that is north. Chat, what are we thinking? I'm a little stumped. Why aren't you winning the game? Lol, Merps, we all live in a stochastic universe. We're all winning already. We'll consider we tired of winning. Insert DJ Khaled suffering from success album cover here. Go off. What's the road intersection? It's road, 310th Street. Oh, thank you for the follow, Loose Hassle. Yeah, I'm a bit stumped. Another one. Because begins. I don't know where time begins. Yeah, we're guessing Indiana, right? It's the only one I can think that's like got these sort of straight roads. Oh, maybe Michigan? It's only just called 127. Wait, no, is that... No, it's state, not federal. Na 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 na. Time to get married. Where time. I directional markers? Okay. I don't know. Twitch chat, any guesses? Na, 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 na. Send your guesses, please. I want to get this done. Mm-hmm. In about again. This can't be the end. This can't be the end. This can't be the end. This can't be the... Na, 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 na. All back anyway. Back anyway. Okay, this does give us some, so there's north, south, but this is not state. Again, this can't be the end, this can't be the end, this can't be the end. All back anyway. Back anyway. They have a Miami in Miami, Indiana. What? Miami, Indiana? What are they hiding in Miami, Indiana? Huh? Walnut Street? This can't be the end. This can't be the end. Dixie Highway, no. Unless it is. All back anyway. All back anyway. Maybe look for another road intersection? Oh, but that's gonna take so long. You think it's Union City? I can't tell if you're being serious or not. Na, na, Wait, it would be a higher number if it was a straight road, right? I don't know, I'm going off of vibes here, but... Tell me what you miss me, crawling around you. No. Can you tell me that you miss me, crawling around you. No. Before you know how, I can't tell you why. Is it a county road or a state road? Wait. Are the circles state roads or county roads? I miss you, calling around you. No. Can you tell me that you missed you, crawling all around you? Na. I can't tell you why. After playing GeoGuesser for a while, is there any country region that has been prettier than you expected? Honestly, I expected the UK to be super ugly. Genuinely. And it's been really pretty in certain areas. So I was super surprised by that. Can you tell me that it's you, calling all around you? Tell you why. Why? Wait, are the circles state roads or county roads? Someone help out. Oh, the song Fox. I love the song. You know, surround you an awkward silence. You dare get me that way. I don't need reminders. You'll feel the same. The burning pain. Listening to you up and down some old new soulmate. It's so perfect, blah blah blah. Oh, I wish wake up one day. Pass your love and let me say that when I talk to you, the Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it too? Just I loved you from the start. Anyone helping out, please? Girl to do, lying on my bed, leaning into the blue. Welcome, quiet, terrifying. Love is driving me insane. Have to get this off my chest. I'm telling you today. When I talk to you, Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it too? Yes, I loved you from the start. confessed I loved you. Again, I you. And I'm losing my voice. Rip. Toronto? No. I wish I couldn't help. I don't know about geography myself. Man, we're so useless together. Together, we're useless. I guess. Na, 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 na. Yes, yeah, figure that out. Me too. I never sleep. I never breathe. I never pass alone. And what I know and what I no, no. Am I crazy? Well, to be fair, there's probably a lot of places like that. Da 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 da. Na 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 na. Oh yeah, no, that would be a different thing here. I never sleep, I never eat, I never leave my house alone. And what I know, sleep, I never eat, I never leave my house alone. Leave and what I know and it is. Wait, no. It is a county road. Ugh. I guess. Indianapolis. Tell me where State Road 1 is. Hey, Cleopatra, Missouri? Really? Missouri? I mean, it could be terribly wrong, but... Ugh. I just refuse to look around more, if I'm gonna be honest. I'm getting quite bored. Indianapolis might be our best guess because, or sorry, Indiana might be our, well, like between. I feel like between here, we probably have the straightest chance of like a road straight up. But I could be wrong. Oh man, it looks like Middle America. I really don't. And this is not terribly interesting anyway. Oh god, Iowa's even worse. You're probably wrong. I can't be bothered. Middle America, go. Whoa! Right next to Kansas City. I didn't even mean to do that. Look at that. What? Here. I didn't even mean to. That was just a little wild guess. Little... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But how far are we? We're 281 kilometers. I didn't even freaking know, honestly. Really? Interesting. Huh. The more you know, I guess. Middle America all looks the same. Yeah, yeah. Keep doing the dancing emojis, or keep doing the emojis in general. Just spam chat with emojis. I love it when that happens. But yeah, with that, I think we've exhausted. Ah, okay, time to read. No more fun stuff. Sorry. Out on my own. It's about to get dark. Sorry. And also, I'm going to stay right in the middle. In a while, out on my own. Life alone. So together a single day. Disarray. I think we'll be okay. No, no, every single day. I think we'll be keep spamming them. Yay! Thank you. So in summary, Tropical will overthrow Rainbolt in about a month. Mods will hate the Chinese software engineers mocking US devs. Thank you for it, and for my new favorite emote. Yeah! Yeah! Okay, I'm gonna get more in frame. Been a while, I've been out of my own. Don't rush in, every single day. Disarray, think we'll be okay. Na 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 na. Together every single way. Disarray, think we'll be okay. John, you're I don't know what happened there. I wish I could tell you. Don't know what happened there. In fact, I probably should use that to fix up my face because it's looking little, little tired. Little tired, one might say. Also, I'm feeling my voice slipping a little. Look away. You saw nothing. You once again saw nothing. I feel like a new person. Except not really. Not truly. Ugh. Okay. Keep spamming chat with more emotes. More chat emotes. All of the emotes. I don't know what happened to the Wi-Fi there for a second. Think we'll be okay. Okay. So should I keep playing shall I keep playing DMCA free music in the background as we read Camus to keep the mood light? Or do we want to keep it straight my voice? I'll put a poll up actually. That's my stomach making a noise. Um, uh, keep it straight my voice. Okay, well, there's a poll up right now for you guys to vote. So. Wow, my bitrate just tanked for a second there. Vote, 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 vote. Vote. Now's your chance. Vote, 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 vote. Vote, vote, vote. Have you voted? I don't see any votes. Come on. Twitch chat, vote. Oh, we need a tiebreaker. Someone vote. Whoever's in chat, vote. We need a tiebreaker. Someone. John, if you want, you can vote from the other chat and just tell me, and I'll put your vote in for you. You have, I think, 2 minutes left. Place your votes now. Place your votes now. You already voted in Twitch chat? Oh, okay. Wait, how? Before we get into the depressing Camus stuff, just want to make my contribution in regard to the Sisyphus aesthetic. Every time that I've had a really bad day, like a really, really awful day, sleep it off, and the next morning I play Thought I Was Dead by Tyler, the Creator, and then I remember that this moment will pass. Good moments will pass, the bad ones too. Life will pass as well, and in the end, even death shall pass. And then I shall keep going. Three-way tie. Am I the tiebreaker? Someone vote! Vote, vote, vote! Someone vote! Vote! Quickly, someone vote! We need a tiebreaker. Quickly! Twitch chat vote! Minecraft one. Okay, interesting. So, Midwest Emo Minecraft. Let's do it. In the meantime, grab a tie, put it in the freezer, wait for 30 minutes, grab it out of the freezer, then break it with a bone smashing hammer so you can break the tie. We'll we'll do MC Bong. I think that sounds like a great idea. Ugh, I might need to make more coffee for this, in all honesty. Hmm. Would you all allow me a quick break to make coffee? Because I might be in dire need as we read this. It does get quite dark. And also, people in Twitch chat, like the video, even though you guys have disappeared. Wow. But you left likes. Okay, thank you. People in Twitch chat, like the video so that it doesn't get lost in the algorithm because YouTube does not like dark topics. That is for sure. And this video will definitely be suppressed. Thank you, John. Please like the video so that YouTube, yeah, you know the deal. Yep. I'm cheap. I'm drinking cheap energy drink diluted with a humongous amount of ice cubes. Listen to the stream while I manage some Claude code agents. Oh, you sound like my friend. Does about the same thing. Except for the energy drink. He doesn't do that. Which is kind of surprising. I can put on Midwest emo in the meantime while you guys wait while I make coffee. And put a little thing on the screen that says, making coffee. Be right back. Okay, let's edit this text. Yeah. Surely this is peak performance. I love that for us. Just don't abandon me while I'm gone. I checked if MCR was Midwest emo band, but apparently they aren't twinky enough. That's oddly specific. But I'm gonna make some coffee really quick because I can feel my voice leaving me because I've been yapping for who knows how long. I'm getting sick, and I need the energy, honestly, with this. But let me put on some wonderful I don't know, good. Nah, I'm just putting on Midwest emo. I'm back. I can hide that now. How are we doing? Who's still here? Oh, I see the fakes have left. Are we so back? I'm not continuing without, or wait, let me still put. Where are you guys? Hello? Hello? Hi! It's really light colored coffee. Oh, it looks lighter because of the lights. It's not actually that light. Ah! Who's still here? Where are my goobies? Hmm. No one stays there. Where are my goobies at? Oh man, I've been staring at these lights too long. I'm momentarily muting just to get everyone's attention. Hello, hello. Posture check, okay. Give me 1 second. Hi. Hi, how are you? Welcome to the stream again. I hope you're doing well. I am still very colorful. Very, very colorful. Surprisingly so. I have little heart things going on. Ooh, hydrate or dihydrate with the dancing. Thank you, Army. Oh, what would I do without you? And YouTube chat, what's up? You guys still here? YouTube chat. Hello. Have you all died? What has happened? I need some company here as we get into these dark topics. And I put some butterflies in my hair to cheer myself up, but I don't know if it'll work. Genuinely. In the meantime. That work? We've got an orchid. Well, it's not very well placed. And also, monarchs don't really go to the tropics. I mean, they do, but not really. We have Gulf fritillaries. Justin! Hi, Justin! Cute flower? Thank you. I wish it would stay a little bit better, but alas, can't win them all. Or can you? But anyway, I need a well, I need YouTube chat to be a little alive before we start with the discussions of Camus. We'll say that much. Hmm. Valentine's Day look. Got an orchid. Womp. Yep, no, the butterflies are new. I thought I might judge things up because we're about to talk about some not fun things. Although I feel like this is can I do this in a more fun way? Until it falls, it's fine. How do we feel about that? Yes, no? Mm. I feel so girly today. Aside from the fact that my voice is leaving me. Is YouTube chat dead? I'm pretty sure in a past life you were a siren who would lure men away from their ships into sea. Bold of you to assume that was a past life. Justin, do you mind also yapping up in YouTube chat because it seems dead? Or no, there's people there, but no one's saying anything. You wait for a sec too? Okay, that's fine. I'm a little sad that this guy's a little it's doing not the best. Ah! Gloop. Gloop. Mm. More visibly orchid. I just have to keep my head turned like this the entire time. I'm just gonna get quite annoying. Perhaps this side. No, it's even worse. Ah, no winning. Wait a minute. Sure. A little bit close to the face. Yep, that works. Hello, chat. Kunichi. Wait, sorry. Konbawa Guan Mina Slimes. And welcome to the Valentine's Day Camus reading stream, which is going to be very fun because obviously Camus only likes writing about fun stuff. Literally mugging the camera. I'm attempting to. It's Valentine's Day, you gotta, you know? If not, who else will? There's no one else here to mog but me. Do I mog clavicular? Do I mog clavicular? Do I mog clavicular? In my past life, I was a plague doctor who overdosed on the drugs he gave to patients. True story. How do you know this? Can you confirm? Can you give sources? And also, Twitch chat. Keep it up. Keep talking. Keep yapping. I need you guys here as we delve into the Sisyphean metaphor, which I am not terribly excited for, if you cannot tell. You need the bone hammer to properly mog. I don't. I have it naturally. See, clavicular wishes. Clavicular wishes you get this jaw. But alas, it's natural. And you know, not everyone can be born like that. Maybe in the next life, champ. But keep at it with your hammer. My coffee's cold now. But I need more yappage in chat before I start. I refuse to begin without yappage. Clavicular would need a stronger bone hammer if he wanted to compete with your jawline. Thank you, John. See, that's the type of response I like. I'm going to secretly eat my stupid little graham crackers and coffee. Honestly, not sure about the butterfly placement. Oops. Sorry. I've just been slouching here all day. Ugh. Hello, chat. Keep me alive. Keep me informed. Are we dead? Are we still kicking? Oops, sure. Ugh, where are the Discord goobies actually? It's crazy that I keep yapping this long. It's only been 3 hours. Don't worry about it. That's the only amount of time that I've been streaming today. Uh, God, what have I missed? Oh man, my internal organs are really making a noise. We are live. I found out when my neighbors illegally cleared some parkland. They left a bunch of brush, and now coyotes live 200 feet from my house, so that's cool, I guess. Coyotes are pretty harmless. Depending. Depending. For the most part, they're okay. Not my, uh, not to my dog. Ooh, yeah, that's a bad mix. I'm not afraid for my safety though. Yeah, you would be fine. Your dog might need to be a little worried. Ugh, my stomach is making so many weird noises. Gross. I have a deer come by my house sometimes. A domestic deer. You know, I love deer. I watch live streams of deer very often. I think I posted it in the history channel on Discord. All the live streams that I watch. I watch mostly animals, and one of them is the Brownsville uh deer pantry. You just watch them feed deer all day. I love it. There's also the Ontario aquarium jellyfish cam. Or sorry, jelly cam, not jellyfish cam. There's the Northeast Bald Eagle Association cam where one of the bald eagles has my name, which I'm very, very jazzed about. What else? I watched the Nambia watering hole stream. Very good. You got pictures and everything. Lucky. I'm too busy being in the big city to see all the deer. I'm sad. I need more. More deer. Oh dear, I need more deer. Deer are so underrated. They are. I had a friend call them dumbasses and made me, well, honestly, they are kind of dumbasses, but it made me sad nonetheless. Mm, yeah, my stomach's doing a bunch of weird stuff right now. Not fun. Yeah, put the deer in Discord. They are kind of dumb. Yes, deer are kind of dumb. But you know what? They're beautiful, cloven-hooved mice. Turkeys are so underrated. They sometimes appear on the stream. Battle peacocks? When I think of battle peacocks, I think of that one image of a rooster and a peacock fighting in Miami. That's very exemplary of South Florida in general, but Miami especially. I'd have to say I think roosters are more battle peacocks than turkeys are. A turkey would shred a peacock. I don't know about that one, man. They get scared by foxes. They get scared by squirrels. I've seen it on stream. To be fair, the foxes chased a lot of the deer. Turkeys fight raccoons? Not very well, apparently. Uh, put it in the one that seems the most accurate to wherever you would post deer. Because I don't remember my channels at the moment. Hmm. Okay, let's restart the Midwest emo and get at this. And in the meantime, keep yapping. Because if not, it's going to get really dark really fast. The Myth of Sisyphus. Oh wait, sorry, I didn't even check to see if my oh, let's put it a little bit lower. An absurd reasoning, absurdity and unalive. There is but one truly serious philosophical problem, and that is unalive. Judging whether life is or is not worth living. Judging whether life is or is not worth living amounts to answering the fundamental question of philosophy. All the rest, whether or not the world has 3 dimensions, whether the mind has 9 or 12 categories, comes afterwards. Sorry, I'm starting to have a ulcerative colitis flare-up, which really hurts. There are games one must first answer. And if it is true, as Nietzsche claims, that a philosopher to deserve our respect must preach by example, you can appreciate the importance of that reply, for it will precede the definitive act. These are the facts that these are facts that the heart can feel, yet they call for careful study before they become clear to the intellect. If I ask myself how to judge this question, that this question is more urgent than that, I reply that one judges by the action it entails. The actions it entails. I have never seen anyone die for the ontological argument. Galileo, who held a scientific truth of great importance, abjured it with the greatest ease as soon as it endangered his life. In a certain sense, he did right. That truth was not worth the stake. Whether the earth or the sun revolves around the other is a matter of profound indifference. To tell the truth, it is a futile question. On the other hand, I see many people die because they judge life is not worth living. I see others paradoxically getting killed for the ideas or illusions that give them a reason for living. Parentheses. What is called a reason for living is also an excellent reason for dying. End parentheses. I therefore conclude that the meaning of life is the most urgent of questions. How to answer it? On all essential problems, parentheses, I mean thereby those that run the risk of leading to death, or those that identify the passion of living. There are probably but 2 methods of thought: the method of Lapalisse and the method of Don Quixote. Solely the balance between evidence and lyricism can allow us to achieve simultaneously emotion and lucidity. In a subject at once so humble and so heavy with emotion, the learned and classical dialectic must yield. One can see to a more modest attitude of mind deriving that at one and the same time from common sense and understanding. Unaliving has never been dealt with except as a social phenomenon. On the contrary, concerned here at the outset with the relationship between individual thought and unalive. An act like this is prepared with the silence of the heart, as is a great work of art. The man himself is ignorant of it. One evening he pulls the trigger or jumps. Of an apartment building manager who is unalive to himself. I was once told that he lost his daughter 5 years before, that be bad changed greatly since, and that experience had undermined him. A more exact word cannot be imagined. Beginning to think is beginning to be undermined. Society has but little connection with such beginnings. The worm is in man's heart. That is where it must be sought. One must follow and understand this fatal game that leads from lucidity in the face of existence to flight from light. There are many causes for unalive, and generally the most obvious ones were not the most powerful. Rarely is unalive committed, parentheses, yet the hypothesis is not excluded, end parentheses, through reflection. What sets off the crisis is almost always unverifiable. Newspapers speak often of personal sorrows or of incurable illness. These explanations are plausible, but one would have to know whether a friend of the desperate man had not that very day addressed him indifferently. He is the guilty one. For that is enough to precipitate all the rancors and all the boredom still in suspension. But if it is hard to fix that precise instant, the subtle step, when the mind opted for death, it is easier to deduce from the act itself the consequences it implies. In a sense, and as in melodrama, unaliving yourself amounts to confessing. It is confessing that life is too much for you, or that you do not understand it. Let us not go too far into such analogies, however, but rather return to everyday words. It is merely confessing that is not worth the trouble. Living, naturally, is never easy. You continue making the gestures commanded by existence for many reasons, the first of which is habit. Dying, voluntarily, implies you have recognized, even instinctively, the ridiculous character of that habit, the absence of any profound reason for living, the insane character of that daily agitation, and the uselessness of suffering. What, then, is the incalculable feeling that deprives the mind of sleep necessary to life? A world that can be explained even with bad reasons is a familiar world. But on the other hand, in a universe suddenly divested of illusions and lights, man feels an alien, a stranger. His exile is without remedy, since he is deprived of the memory of a lost home or the hope of a promised land. This divorce between man and this life, the actor and his setting, is properly the feeling of absurdity. All healthy men having thought their own unaliveness, all healthy men having thought of their own unaliveness, it can be seen, without further explanation, that there is a direct connection between this feeling and the longing for death. Chat, how are we doing? The worm is in the man's heart. That is where it must be sought. So true, Wormy. You forgot how crazy this gets real soon? I think I got halfway through this. Yeah, it gets crazy really fast. You really want to read Don Quixote? It's quite good, honestly. We're doing fine so far? Okay, thanks, MC. Everyone in YouTube chat, you know that Camus and topics like this get sent to the abyss of YouTube, so you know to like the video or else it dies. And so does this work, which I think is very important. So, you know what to do. The subject of this essay is precisely this relationship between the absurd and unalive, the exact degree to which unalive is a solution to the absurd. The principle can be established that for a man who does not cheat, what he believes to be true must determine his action. Belief in the absurdity of existence Belief in the absurdity of existence must then dictate his conduct. It is legitimate to wonder, clearly and without false pathos, whether a conclusion of this importance requires forsaking as rapidly as possible an incomprehensible condition. I am speaking, of course, of men inclined to be in harmony with themselves. Stated clearly, this problem may seem both simple and insoluble, but it is wrongly assumed that simple questions involve answers that are no less simple than that evidence implies evidence. A priori and reversing the terms of the problem, just as one does or does not unalive oneself, it seems that there are two philosophical solutions, either yes or no. This would be too easy, but allowance must be made for those two, without concluding, continue questioning. Here, I'm only slightly indulging in irony. This is the majority. I notice also that those who answer no act as if they thought yes. As a matter of fact, if I accept the Nietzschean criterion, they think yes in one way or another. On the other hand, it often happens that those who commit unalive were assured of the meaning of life. These contradictions are constant. It may even be said that they have never been so keen as on this point where, on the contrary, logic seems so desirable. It is commonplace to compare philosophical theories and the behavior of those who profess them. But it must be said that thinkers who refused the meaning of life, none except Kirillov, who belongs to literature, Peregrinus, who is born of legend, and Jules Leclerc, who belongs to hypothesis, admitted his logic to the point of refusing that life. Schopenhauer is often cited as a fit subject for laughter, because he praised unalive while seated at a well-set table. This is no subject for joking. That way of not taking the tragic seriously is not so grievous, but it helps to judge a man. In the face of such contradictions and obscurities, must we conclude that there is no relationship between the opinion one has about life and the act one commits to leave it? Let us not exaggerate in this direction. In a man's attachment to life, there is something stronger than all the ills in the world. The body's judgment is as good as the mind's, and the body shrinks from annihilation. We get into the habit of living before acquiring the habit of thinking. In that race which daily hastens us towards death, the body maintains its irreparable lead. In short, the essence of that contradiction lies in what I shall call the act of eluding, because it is both less and more diversion than in the Pascalian sense. Eluding is the invariable game. The typical act of eluding, the fatal evasion that constitutes the third theme of this essay, is hope. Hope of another life one must deserve, or trickery of those whose life for life itself, for those who live for not life itself, but for some great idea that it will transcend it, refine it, or give it a meaning, and betray it. Thus, everything contributes to spreading confusion. Hitherto, and it has not been wasted effort, people have played on the words and pretended to believe that refusing to grant a meaning to life necessarily leads to declaring that it is not worth living. In truth, there is no necessary common measure between these two judgments. One merely has to refuse to he misled by the confusions, odd sentence, divorces and inconsistencies previously pointed out. One must brush everything aside and go straight to the real problem. One unalives oneself because life is not worth living. That is certainly a truth, yet an unfruitful one, because it is a truism. But does that insult to existence, that flat denial in which it is plunged, come from the fact that it has no meaning? Does absurdity require one to escape it through hope or unalive? This is what must be clarified, hunted down, and elucidated while brushing aside all the rest. Does the absurd, capital A, does the absurd dictate death? This problem must be given priority over others, outside all methods of thought and all exercises of the disinterested mind. Shades of meaning, contradictions, the psychology that an objective mind can always introduce into all problems have no place in this pursuit and this passion. It calls simply for an unjust, in other words, logical thought. That is not easy. It is always easy to be logical. It is almost impossible to be logical to the bitter end. Men who die by their own hand consequently follow its conclusion, their emotional inclination. Reflection on unalive gives me an opportunity to raise the only problem to interest me. Is there a logic to the point of death? I cannot know unless I pursue, without reckless passion, in the sole light of evidence, the reasoning of which I am here suggesting the source. This is what I can call an absurd reasoning. Many have begun it. I do not know yet whether or not they kept to it. When Karl Jaspers, revealing the impossibility of constituting the world as a unity, exclaims, "This limitation leads me to myself, where I can no longer withdraw behind an objective point of view that I am merely representing, where neither I myself nor the existence of others can any longer become an object for me." He is evoking after many others those waterless deserts where thought reaches its confines. After many others, yes indeed, but how eager they were to get out of them. At that last crossroad where thought hesitates, many men have arrived, and even some of the humblest. They then abdicated what was most precious to them, their life. Others, princes of the mind, abdicated likewise, appreciated the unalive of their thought in its purest revolt. How are you doing? Ooh, my screen just got dark. Is bro splitting chat? Where did you get that emoji from? How you doing? How you doing, chat? Straight chillin'? Okay, cool. Others, princes of the mind, abdicated likewise, but they initiated the unalive of their thought in its purest revolt. The real effort is to stay there, rather, insofar that it is possible, and to examine closely the odd vegetation of those distant regions. Tenacity and acumen are privileged spectators of this inhuman show in which absurdity, hope, and death carry on in their dialogue. The mind can then analyze the figures of that elementary yet subtle dance before illustrating them and reliving them itself. Absurd walls. Like great works, deep feelings always mean more than they are conscious of saying. The regularity of an impulse or repulsion in a soul is encountered again in habits of doing or thinking, is reproduced in consequences of which the soul itself knows nothing. Great feelings take with them their own universe, splendid or abject. They light up with their passion an exclusive world in which they recognize their climate. There is a universe of jealousy, of ambition, of selfishness, or of generosity. A universe, in other words, a metaphysic and an attitude of mind. What is true of already specialized feelings will be even more so of emotions, basically as indeterminate, simultaneously as vague and as definite, or as remote and as present as those furnished by us by beauty or aroused by absurdity. At any street corner, the feeling of absurdity can strike any man in the face. As it is, in its distressing nudity, in its light without I can't pronounce this word. Effulgence. Sorry. Effulgence. Effulgence? I can't. I always read it. I don't know how to pronounce it. Effulgence? It is elusive, but that very difficulty deserves reflection. It is probably true that a man remains forever unknown to us, and that there is in him something irreducible that escapes us. But practically, I know men, and recognize them by their behavior, by the totality of their deeds, and by the consequences caused in life by their presence. Likewise, all those irrational feelings which offer no purchase to analysis. I can define them practically, appreciate them practically, by gathering together the sum of their consequences in the domain of the intelligence, by seizing and noting all their aspects, by outlining their universe. It is certain that apparently, though I have seen the same actor 100 times, I shall not for that reason know him any better personally. Yet if I add up the heroes he has personified, and if I say that I know him a little better at the 100th character counted off, this will be felt to contain an element of truth. For this apparent paradox is also an apologue. There is a moral to it. I did not pronounce that correctly, but I refuse to go back and do it again now. There is a moral to it. It teaches that a man defines himself by his make-believe as well as his sincerest impulses. There is thus a lower key of feelings, inaccessible in the heart, but partially disclosed by the acts they imply and the attitudes of mind they assume. It is clear that in this way I am defining a method. But it is also evident that that method is one of analysis and not of knowledge. For methods imply metaphysics. Unconsciously, they disclose conclusions that they often claim not to know yet. Similarly, the last pages of a book are contained in the first pages. Such a link is inevitable. The method defined here acknowledges the feeling that all true knowledge is impossible. The method defined here acknowledges the feeling that all true knowledge is impossible. So the appearances can be enumerated and the climate make itself felt. Perhaps we shall be able to overtake that elusive feeling of absurdity in the different but closely related world of intelligence, the art of living, or of art itself. The climate of absurdity is in the beginning, the end of the absurd universe, and that attitude of mind which lights the world with its true colors to bring out the privileged and implacable visage which that attitude has discerned in it. All great deeds and all great thoughts have a ridiculous beginning. Great works are often born on a street corner or in a restaurant's revolving door. So it is with absurdity. The absurd world, more than others, derives its nobility from that abject birth. How are we doing? I feel my voice cutting out. It's a global Twitch one? Oh, interesting. Oh man, my voice is hurting. I should have not done this while feeling sick, but alas, we continue on. Give me courage, s'il vous plaît. Donne-moi courage. In certain situations, replying nothing when asked what one is thinking about may be pretense in a man. Those who are loved are well aware of this. But if that reply is sincere, if it symbolizes that odd state of soul in which the void becomes eloquent, in which the chain of daily gestures is broken, in which the heart vainly seeks the link that will connect it again, then it is, as it were, the first sign of absurdity. It happens that the stage sets collapse. Rising, streetcar, 4 hours in the office or the factory. Meal, streetcar, 4 hours of work. Meal, sleep, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, according to the same rhythm. This path is easily followed most of the time. But one day, the why arises, and everything begins in that weariness tinged with amazement. Begins, this is important. Weariness comes at the end of the acts of a mechanical life, but at the same time, it inaugurates the impulse of consciousness. It awakens consciousness and provokes what follows. What follows is a gradual return to into the chain, or it is the definitive awakening. At the end of the awakening comes, in a time, the consequence: unalive or recovery. In itself, weariness has something sickening about it. Here, I must conclude, that is good. Stop yapping in chat and yap in, stop yapping in Discord and yap here. Fuck. I didn't curse. Oops, sorry. In itself, weariness has something sickening about it. Here, I must conclude that is good. For everything begins with consciousness, and nothing is worth anything except through it. There is nothing original about these remarks. They are obvious. That is enough for a while. During a sketchy reconnaissance in the origins of the absurd, mere anxiety, as Heidegger says, is at the source of everything. Likewise, and during every day of an unillustrious life, time carries us. But a moment will always come. But a moment always comes when we have to carry it. We live on in the future. Tomorrow, later on, when you've made your way, you will understand when you're old enough. Such irrelevancies are wonderful, for, after all, it's a matter of dying. Yet a day comes when a man notices or says that he is 30. Thus he asserts his youth, but simultaneously he situates himself in relation to time. He takes his place in it. He admits that he stands at a certain point on a curve that he acknowledges having to travel to its end. He belongs to time, and by the horror that seizes him, he recognizes his worst enemy, tomorrow. He was longing for tomorrow, whereas everything in him ought to reject it. That revolt of the flesh is the absurd. A step lower, and strangeness creeps in. Perceiving that the world is dense, sensing to what a degree a stone is foreign and irreducible to us, with what intensity nature or landscape can negate us. At the heart of all beauty lies something inhuman, and these hills, the softness of the sky, the outline of these trees, at this very minute. Let me try that one. Sorry. At the heart of all beauty lies something inhuman. And these hills, the softness of the sky, the outline of these trees, and the very minute lose the illusory meaning with which we had clothed them, henceforth more remote than a lost paradise. The primitive hostility of the world rises up to face us across millennia. For a second, we cease to understand it, because for centuries we have understood it solely in the images and designs that we had attributed to it beforehand. Because henceforth we lack the power to make use of that artifice. The world evades us because it becomes itself again. That stage scenery, masked by habit, becomes again what it is. It withdraws at a distance from us, just as there are days when, under the familial faithful woman, we see as a stranger her we had loved months or years ago. Perhaps we shall even come to desire what suddenly leaves us so alone. But the time has not yet come. Just one thing, that denseness and that strangeness of the world is the absurd. Men, too, secrete the inhuman. At certain moments of lucidity, the mechanical aspect of their gestures, their meaningless pantomime, makes silly everything that surrounds them. A man is talking on the telephone behind a glass partition. You cannot hear him, but you see his incomprehensible dumb show. You wonder why he is alive. This discomfort in the face of man's own inhumanity, this incalculable tumble before the image of what we are, this nausea, as a writer of today calls it, is also the absurd. Likewise, the stranger who, at certain seconds, comes to meet us in a mirror, the familiar yet alarming brother we encounter in our own photographs, is also the absurd. I come at last to death, and to the attitude we have towards it. On this point, everything has been said, and it's only proper to avoid pathos. Yet one will never be sufficiently surprised that everyone lives as if no one knew. This is because in reality there is no experience of death. Properly speaking, nothing has been experienced, but what has been lived and made conscious. Here, it is barely possible to speak of the experiences of others' deaths. It is a substitute, an illusion, and it never quite convinces us. That melancholy convention cannot be persuasive. The horror that comes in reality from the mathematical aspect of the event. If time frightens us, this is because it works out the problem, and the solution comes afterwards. All the pretty speeches about the soul will have their contrary convincingly proved, at least for a time. From this inert body, on which a slap makes no mark, the soul has disappeared. This elementary and definitive aspect of the adventure constitutes the absurd feeling. Under the fatal lighting of that destiny, its uselessness becomes evident. No code of ethics and no effort are justifiable a priori in the face of the cruel mathematics that command our condition. Let me repeat. All this has been said over and over. I am limiting myself here to making a rapid classification and to pointing out these obvious themes. They run through all literatures and all philosophies. Everyday conversation feeds on them, but there is no question of reinventing them. But it is essential to be sure of these facts in order to be able to question oneself subsequently on the primordial question. I am interested, let me repeat again, not go much in absurd discoveries as in their consequences. If one is assured of these facts, what is one to conclude? How far is one to go to elude nothing? Is one to die voluntarily or hope in spite of everything? Beforehand, it is necessary to take the same rapid inventory on the plane of intelligence. The mind's first step is to distinguish what is true from what is false. However, as soon as thought reflects on itself, what it first discovers is a contradiction. Useless to strive to be convincing in this case. Over the centuries, no one has furnished a clearer and more elegant demonstration of the business than Aristotle. Often ridiculed of these opinions is that they destroy themselves. For by asserting that all is true, we assert that the truth of the contrary assertion, and consequently the falsity of our own thesis, parentheses, for the contrary assertion does not admit that it can be true, in parentheses. And if one says that all is false, that assertion itself is false. If we declare that solely the assertion opposed to ours is false, or else that solely ours is not false, we are nevertheless forced to admit an infinite number of true or false judgments. For those who express a true assertion proclaim, for those who expresses, for one who expresses a true assertion proclaims simultaneously that it is true, and so on ad infinitum. This vicious circle. Ugh, my voice is cracking. Yeesh. How are we doing? Checking in so I can give myself a break. Did you have a Valentine's today? Yes, it is the entirety of chat. The entirety of chat is my Valentine. And also so is Camus. Bro might be onto something. Oh, hey, Neo. Hi. Excuse me. Once again, getting sick. Can't stop it. That is the absurd. But we continue. This vicious circle is but the first of a series in which the mind that studies itself gets lost in a giddy whirling. The very simplicity of these paradoxes makes them irreducible. Whatever may be the plays on words and the acrobatics of logic, to understand is, above all, to unify. The mind's deepest desire, even in its most elaborate operations, parallels man's unconscious feeling in the face of his universe. It is an insistence upon familiarity, an appetite for clarity. Understanding the world for a man is reducing it to the human, stamping it with his seal. The cat's universe is not like the universe of the anthill. The truism, all thought is anthropomorphic, has no other meaning. Likewise, the mind that aims to understand reality can consider itself satisfied only by reducing it to terms of thought. If man realized that the universe, like him, can love and suffer, he would be reconciled. If thought discovered in the shimmering mirrors of phenomena eternal relations capable of summing them up and summing themselves up in a single principle, then it would be then would be seen an intellectual joy of which the myth of the blessed would be but a ridiculous imitation. That nostalgia for unity, that appetite for the absolute illustrates the essential impulse of the human drama. But the fact that nostalgia's existence does not imply that it is to be immediately satisfied. Reading that. Wait, excuse me. I must take a little break to get some liquids. Someone redeem hydrate or dehydrate. Sickness be gone? Yes, please. I need less sickness. Oh yes, and we're missing our our beautiful Midwest emo Minecraft music. If thought discovered, oh wow, my voice is really going. If thought discovered in the shimmering mirrors of phenomena eternal relations capable of summing them up and summing themselves up in a single principle, then it would be seen as an intellectual joy, which the myth of the blessed would be but a ridiculous imitation. That nostalgia for unity, that appetite for the absolute, illustrates the essential impulse of the human drama. But that fact of nostalgia's existence does not imply that it is to be immediately satisfied. For if, bridging the gulf that separates desire from conquest, we assert with Parmenides the reality of the one, parentheses, whatever it may be, end parentheses, we fall into the ridiculous contradiction of a mind that asserts total unity and proves by its very assertion its own difference and the diversity it claimed to resolve. It is this other vicious circle is enough to stifle our hopes. There are again truisms. I shall again repeat that they are not interesting in themselves, but in the consequences that can be deduced from them. I know another truism. It tells me that man is mortal. One can nevertheless count the minds that have deduced the extreme conclusions from it. It is essential to consider that to consider as a constant point of reference in this essay the regular hiatus between what we fancy we know and what we really know, practical assent and simulated ignorance which allows us to live with ideas which, if we truly put them to the test, ought to upset our whole life. Faced with this inextricable contradiction of the mind, we shall fully grasp the divorce separating us from our own creations. So long as the mind keeps silent in the motionless world of its hopes, everything is reflected and arranged in the unity of its nostalgia. But with its first move, this world cracks and tumbles. An infinite number of shimmering fragments is offered to the understanding. We must despair of ever reconstructing the familiar, calm surface which would give us peace of heart. After so many centuries of inquiries, so many abdications among fingers, we are well aware that this is true of all of our knowledge. With the exception of professional rationalists, today people despair of true knowledge. If the only significant history of human thought were to be written, it would have to be the history of its excessive regrets and its impotences. Of whom and of what, indeed, I can say, I know that. This heart within me I can feel, and I judge that it exists. This world I can touch, and likewise I judge that it exists. There ends all my knowledge, and there the rest is construction. For if I tried to seize this self for which I feel sure, For if I try to seize this self of which I feel sure, if I try to define and to summarize it, it is nothing but water slipping through my fingers. I can sketch one by one all the aspects it is able to assume, all those likewise that have been attributed to it, this upbringing, this origin, this ardor, or these silences, this nobility, or this vileness. But aspects cannot be added up. This very heart which is mine will forever remain undefinable to me. Between the certainty I have of my existence and the context I try to give to that assurance, the gap will never be filled. Forever I shall be a stranger to myself. In psychology, as in logic, there are truths, but no truth. Socrates, know thyself, has as much value as the be virtuous of our confessionals. They reveal a nostalgia at the same time as an ignorance. They are sterile exercises on great subjects. They are legitimate only in precisely so far as they are approximate. And here are trees, and I know their gnarled surface, water, and I feel its taste. The scents of grass and stars at night, certain evenings when the heart relaxes, how shall I negate this world whose power and strength I feel? Yet all the knowledge on earth will give me nothing to assure me that this world is mine. You describe it to me, and you teach me to classify it. You enumerate its laws, and in my thirst for knowledge I admit that they are true. You take apart its mechanism, and my hope increases. At the final stage, you teach me that this wondrous and multicolored universe can be reduced to the atom, that the atom itself can be reduced to the electron. All this good, and I wait for you to continue, but you tell me of an invisible planetary system in which electrons gravitate around a nucleus. You explain this world to me, with an image. I realized then that you have been reduced to poetry. I shall never know. Have I the time to become indignant? You have already changed theories. So that science that was to teach me everything ends up a hypothesis. That lucidity founders in metaphor. That uncertainty is resolved in a work of art. What need had I of so many efforts? The soft lines of these hills and the hand of evening on this troubled heart teach me much more. I have returned to my beginning. I realize that if through science I can seize phenomena and enumerate them, I cannot, for all that, apprehend the world. Were I to trace the entirety of relief with my finger, were I to trace its entire relief with my finger, I should not know any more. Could you give me the choice between a description that is sure but teaches me nothing, and hypotheses that claim to teach me but that are not sure? A stranger to myself and to the world, armed solely with thought that negates itself as soon as it asserts. What is this condition in which I can have peace only by refusing to know and to live? In which the appetite for conquest bumps into walls that defy its assaults? To will is to stir up paradoxes. Everything is ordered in such a way as to bring into being that poisoned peace produced by thoughtlessness, lack of heart, or fatal renunciations. Hence the intelligence too tells me in this way that the world is absurd. Its contrary, blind reason, may well claim that all is clear. I was waiting for proof and longing for it to be right. But despite so many pretentious centuries, and over the heads of so many eloquent and persuasive men, I know that is false. On this plane, at least, there is no happiness if I cannot know. That universal reason, practical or ethical, that determinism, those categories that explain everything, are enough to make a decent man laugh. They have nothing to do with the mind. They negate its profound truth, which is to be enchained. In this intelligible and limited universe, man's fate henceforth assumes its meaning. A horde of irrationals has sprung up and surrounds him until his ultimate end. In his recovered and now studied lucidity, the feeling of the absurd becomes clear and definite. I said that the world is absurd, but I was too hasty. This world in itself is not reasonable. That is all that can be said. But what is absurd is the confrontation of this irrational and wild longing for clarity, whose call echoes in the human heart. The absurd depends as much on man as on the world. For the moment, it is all that links them together. It binds them one to the other as only hatred can weld two creatures together. This I can discern clearly in this measureless universe where my adventure takes place. Let us pause here. If I hold to be true that absurdity that determines my relationship with life, if I become thoroughly imbued with that sentiment that seizes me in the face of the world's scenes, with that lucidity imposed on me by the pursuit of science, I must sacrifice everything to these certainties, and I must see them squarely to be able to maintain them. Above all, I must adapt my behavior to them and pursue them in all their consequences. I am speaking here of decency. But I want to know beforehand if thought can live in those deserts. I already know that thought has at least entered those deserts. There it found its bread. There it realized that it had previously been feeding on phantoms. It justified some of them in the most urgent themes of human reflection. From the moment absurdity is recognized, it becomes a passion, the most harrowing of all. But whether or not one can live in one's passions, whether or not one whether or not one can accept their law, which is left to the heart they simultaneously exalt. That is the whole question. It is not, however, the one we shall ask just yet. It stands at the center of this experience. There will be a time to come back to it. Let us recognize rather those themes and those impulses born of the desert. It will suffice to enumerate them. They, too, are known to all today. There have always been men to defend the rights of the irrational. The tradition of what may be called humiliated thought has never ceased to exist. The criticism of rationalism has been made so often that it seems unnecessary to begin yet again. Yet our epoch is marked by the rebirth of those paradoxical systems that strive to trip up the reason as if truly it had always forged ahead. But that is not so much a proof of the efficacy of the reason as the intensity of its hopes. On the plane of history, such a constancy of two attitudes illustrates the essential passion of man torn between his urge towards unity and the clear vision he may have of the walls enclosing him. But never, perhaps, at any time has the attack on reason been more violent than in ours. Since Zarathustra's great outburst, "By chance it is the oldest nobility in the world. I conferred it upon all things when I proclaimed that above all them no eternal will was exercised. Since Kierkegaard's fatal illness, that malady that leads to death with nothing else following it. The significant and tormenting themes of absurd thought have followed one another. Or at least, and this proviso is of capital importance, the themes of irrational and religious thought, from Jaspers to Heidegger, to Kierkegaard to Chestov, from the phenomenologist to Schelser, on the logical plane and on the moral plane, a whole family of minds related by their nostalgia but opposed by their methods or their aims, have persisted in blocking the royal road of reason and in recovering the direct paths of truth. Here I assume these thoughts to be known and lived, whatever may be or have been their ambitions, all sorted out from that indescribable universe where contradiction, antinomy, anguish, or impotence reigns. And what they have in common is precisely the themes so far disclosed. For them, too, it must be said that what matters above all else is the conclusions they have managed to draw from those discoveries. That matters so much that they must be examined separately. But for a moment, we are concerned solely with their discoveries and their initial experiments. We are concerned solely with noting their agreement. It would be presumptuous to try to deal with their philosophies. It is possible and sufficient in any case to bring about the climate that is common to them. Heidegger considers the human condition coldly and announces that existence is humiliated. Heidegger considers the human condition coldly and announces that existence is humiliated. The only reality is anxiety, and the whole chain of beings. To the man lost in the world and its diversions, this anxiety is a brief, fleeting fear. But if that fear becomes conscious of itself, becomes anguish, the perpetual climate of the lucid man, in whom existence is concentrated. This professor of philosophy writes without trembling in the most abstract language in the world, fucking true, that the finite and limited character of human existence is more primordial than man itself. His interest in Kant extends only to recognizing the restricted character of his pure reason. This is to coincide at the end of his analyses that the world can no longer offer anything to the man filled with anguish, This anxiety seems to him so much more important than all the categories in the world that he thinks and only talks of it. He enumerates its aspects. Boredom, when the ordinary man strives to quash it in him and benumb it. Terror, when the mind contemplates death. He, too, does not separate consciousness from the absurd. Consciousness of death is the call of anxiety, and the existence then delivers itself. Consciousness of death is the call of anxiety, and existence then delivers itself its own summons through the intermediary of consciousness. It is the very voice of anguish, and it adjures existence to return from its loss to return in its loss in the anonymous they, capital T. For him, too, one must not sleep, but must keep alert until the consummation. Heidegger woke? Question mark? Just joking. Literal Nazi, but, whatever. Like actual Nazi, like in the Nazi party. But we continue. He stands in this absurd world and points out its ephemeral character. He seeks his way amid these ruins. Jaspers despairs any ontology because he claims that we have lost naivete. He knows that we can achieve nothing and will transcend the fatal game of appearances. He knows that the end of the mind is failure. He tarries over the spiritual adventures revealed by history and pitilessly discloses the flaw in each system, the illusion that saved everything, the preaching that hid nothing. In this ravaged world, in which the impossibility of knowledge is established, in which everlasting nothingness seems the only reality, and irredeemable despair seems the only attitude, he tries to recover Ariadne's thread that leads to divine secrets. Chestov, for his part, through a wonderfully monotonous work, constantly straining towards the same truth, tirelessly demonstrates that the tightest system, the most universal rationalism, always stumbles eventually on the irrational of human thought. None of these ironic facts or ridiculous contradictions that depreciate the reason escapes him. One thing only interests him, and that is the exception, whether the domain of the heart or of the mind. Through Dostoevskian experiences of the condemned man, the exacerbated adventures of the Nietzschean mind, Hamlet's imprecations, or the bitter aristocracy of an Ibsen, he tracks down, illuminates, and magnifies the human revolt against the irredeemable. He refuses the reason its reasons, and begins to advance with some decision only in the middle of that colorless desert where all certainties have become stones. Of all, perhaps, the most engaging, Kierkegaard, for a part of his existence at least, does more than discover the absurd. He lives it. The man who writes, "The surest of stubborn silences is not to hold one's tongue, but to talk," makes sure in the beginning that no truth is absolute or can render satisfactory an existence that is impossible in itself. Don Juan of the understanding, he multiplies pseudonyms and contradictions. He writes discourses of edification at the same time as that manual of cynical spiritualism, the Diary of a Seducer. He refuses consolations, ethics, reliable principles. As for that thorn he feels in his heart, he is careful not to quiet its pain. On the contrary, he awakens it, and, in the desperate joy of a man crucified and happy to be so, he builds up piece by piece, lucidity, refusal, make-believe, a category of a man possessed. That face, both tender and sneering, those pirouettes followed by a cry from the heart that the absurd spirit itself grappling with reality beyond its comprehension. And the spiritual adventure that leads Kierkegaard to his beloved scandals begins likewise in the chaos of an experience divested in its setting and relegated to its original incoherence. On quite a different plane, that method, Husserl and the phenomenologists, by their very extravagances, reinstate the world. Voice, sorry. We're doing our best here. Chat, how are we doing? Oh, hydrate or dihydrate. I'm sorry. I have not been looking. Midwest emo, save me from Camus. Round six, knock. I'm washed. It's Heidegger problematic? Literal Nazi. Literal Nazi. What? No questions there. Huh. But put more stuff in chat to give me more courage, because oh man, my voice is giving out and I need it. And also like the video, etc, etc, because if not, it gets shoved to the bottom of the abyss. I have been hydrating and put some honey on toast. Homemade bread. It's quite nice. Oh, lucky, John. I wish I had something like that. Deer in the Discord. I might examine that, but I wanna... Okay, maybe I'll give myself a little break, because my voice... Oh my god, it hurts. I'm trying really hard, guys. But, I don't know. The spam chat with some emojis, please, so I need to see them and feel a little bit of joy so I can continue, because... Oh my gosh, my throat hurts. I'm waiting for the emojis. Bro's been yapping for hours? Yeah, I'm also sick. Send emojis. Send butterfly emojis. Butterflies. Or hibiscuses. Bro is posting deer on Maine. So true. And very cute. Send butterfly emojis. Send hibiscus emojis. I need them to continue. Oh my god. Oops. No, Wormy, send actual butterfly emoji. Thank you, Justin. Oh, it hurts. More butterflies, more hibiscuses. More. I'm trying really hard to keep my voice, but it hurts. Thank you for the flowers. I need more. Send all of the emojis. Send them all. Yeah. Honestly, can you guys just keep spamming with that? Because I need the energy. I'm getting it through the screen. Thank you. You got this, twin. Just send more hibiscuses and more butterflies, please. Thank you, Justin. Send all the emojis. I'm trying really hard right now. Oof. Thank you. Yippee. I like the emojis. Yay. If you guys want to speak, option is right there to do text to speech. Number 1, thank you. Here, butterfly for you instead. I don't know how to do that. Butterfly. That's not a butterfly. Butterfly? Butterfly. Yippee! Okay. I'm feeling a little bit more reinvigorated. Seriously though, someone do text to speech because I've been really excited. I set this up a while ago, but no one's really been using it, and I guess it's because I haven't been talking about it. But I went pretty hard on it. Sure. Also, thank you for the deer photos. They did help. I'm here. I'm struggling. But we continue. I think it was tweaking last time because, if I remember correctly, it might have been that I was trying to use PayPal. It should be working now. Like, it actually should be working now, text to speech. Just send me text to speech that's like something encouraging, because my voice is giving out. I have been speaking too long today. We started at like, what, 2? Except not 2, because we technically have only been streaming for 4 hours. But, yeah. Text to speech, text to speech, text to speech. Because I made it really fun. I made it really, really fun. I put a lot of editing into this. You don't understand. Deer emoji, yay! I love deer emoji. I wish they had an orchid emoji. That would be really good. Orchid. My insides are struggling. These are good deer. I like these deer. Okay. Someone do text to speech. I really want this to happen. I really want this to happen. Oh no. Wait. Oh man, my voice is actually giving out. Okay. I take another swig of coffee and I continue. Those of you in YouTube chat, like the video because it's gonna get suppressed because this is a dark topic, unfortunately. So we gotta combat it. thoughts to combat it. Wormy, hi. Thank you for combating the YouTube. We need we need more fighting against YouTube, because this suppression is not helpful for those who actually need it, genuinely. And it's a little depressing to think that, like, how's the coffee twin? It's cold. I want it warm again, but I don't want to get up again and leave you guys. Do you use milk and sugar? Usually I don't. I usually use honey. But I don't have any honey here that I like. I'm waiting for I usually go to a farmer's market. And, I'll get this honey from there, because I like locally sourced things better. But, alas, I do not have, we don't have farmers markets outside, at least, in the summer here. Or, sorry, in the winter here. So I'm waiting for that to come back. So for now, I have a little bit of milk in there. Or I have like a little bit of creamer. Half and half? To kind of soothe my throat. I might grab some Ricola while I'm at it. But I don't know if you can hear. Wait, let me like turn down my volume, but maybe you can hear just how gravelly my voice is. I don't know if you can hear just how gravelly my voice is, but it's like actually cutting out a little bit. Was that, did you hear that? Stay. Yeah, it refuses to stay in my hair. Okay, I think I'm gonna warm up my coffee really quick. I'm gonna put this guy down because he does not want to stay in my hair. Local food is goated. I used to work at a local farm that grew everything you need for a meal. It's one of the most enjoyable jobs I've ever had. That sounds really nice. I think the singing segment was definitely not this stream. Didn't really help. Yeah, no, it didn't. My voice is suffering from it. But alas, we continue. And I think, okay, I'm gonna run the ad break now. And in that meantime, I'm going to warm up my coffee, because I need to warm up my voice. It's not doing well. I'm sorry, I really am. BRB. Oh my god. I don't have the upper part of my vocal range. It's gone. And this coffee is so hot, it's actually steaming. Whoops. Look away. And I have the cola. You can barely tell, but hopefully it'll help my voice a little bit. Oh. Room temperature coffee, isn't it? No, it's actually, I don't know if you can see the steam. No, you cannot see the steam. It's steaming. You love those candies? They're not only candies, they're meant to soothe my voice a little bit because it sounds like this right now, which is not good. For encouragement, send me text-to-speeches. Encouraging messages. I would really appreciate it. But for now, we're gonna have our slightly... Oh, okay, never mind. Our slightly invisible Ricola. No, it's just genuinely Ricola. They're goated for real? Yeah, they are. I just want my voice to come back. It's really sad that it's just out. Can you see my signature? It's right here. I will say, I'm also very proud how our makeup turned out today. Despite it not lasting all day, unfortunately. Crunch. Now you're taking care of yourself, and you're singing a lot. I haven't had my Valentine sing to me before, so thank you. Oh, proud. Honestly, I sing all the time. It's kind of annoying. Especially when I shouldn't be singing because I'm sick. But happy to be of assistance this Valentine. Two more. And then we persist. Also, let me plug my computer in. Despite not knowing anything about makeup, I enjoyed that segment. The segment that doesn't exist. Because it's gone. Or sorry, it never happened. Oh my god, is that stop? Stop, listen to my voice. It's gone. Listen to my voice. I can't say anything. We're out here, straight, reading Camus, and doing our best despite circumstances. That being sick, and also singing while sick, and also reading and yapping since, definitely not 2 p.m., because that would be absurd. Not in the Camusian sense. It would just be regular absurd. How did such a thing happen? Stream started... Allegedly, a stream started at 2. Don't know where that one went. This one started at 7. And it's been happening, non-stop. But I'm glad you're here. Thank you for coming. I was really hoping you would be here because I wanted to hear your thoughts on, Camus, since you never really bring him up. You did miss the makeup segment, though, because I spent a lot of time on it. Wait, here. I want to put the orchid back in my hair. Ah. You can kind of do makeup. It's very shiny. Got a lot going on. Dossier on the institutional debate and introduction. Oh. Haha, I'm so swag. Swag? What's good? YGM, YWG Worm. Hello. What was my abbreviation again? Swag mode on. Okay. Since swag mode is on, my coffee is still too hot for me to take a sip. But I have a cola. Well, your cola and coffee is a rancid mix. Oh my gosh. Not a great mix. Not a great mix. Konnichi. I'm sorry. Konbanwa Mina Slimes. How are we doing this Valentine's Day? Why are you drinking coffee in the wee hours? Because caffeine has no effect on me now. I'm too addicted. And also, I want to get through Camus as much as possible. But, yeah. The Ricola is helping a little bit. And, the coffee should help a little bit more, because it's at least warm. I would have made tea, but I felt like I didn't have enough time. Okay, now that you're here, please yap and chat so that I can continue reading. Konichi, konbanwa guan, mina slimes. I hope you're having a fantastic Valentine's Day, and we're doing great despite my literal lack of voice. I'm totally not sick, I swear. I'm definitely sick, but alas, what can you do? And we continue. This is gonna end up being ASMR just because I can't get my voice out. But at least my makeup is fun. Right? And the spiritual adventure that leads Kierkegaard to his beloved scandals begins likewise in the chaos of an experience divested of its setting and relegated to its original incoherence. On quite a different plane of that method, Husserl, can't pronounce it ever, and the phenomenologist, by their very extravagances, reinstate the world in its diversity and deny the transcendent power of the reason. The spiritual universe becomes incalculably enriched through them. The rose petal, the milestone, or the human hand are as important as love, desire, or the laws of gravity. Thinking ceases to be unifying or making any semblance of familiar in the guise of a major principle. Thinking is learning all over again to see, to be attentive, to focus on consciousness. It is turning every idea and every image into a matter of Proust, into a privileged moment. What justifies thought is its extreme consciousness. Though more positive than Kierkegaard or Chestov's, Husserl's manner of proceeding in the beginning nevertheless negates the classic method of the reason, disappoints hope, opens to intuition and to the heart a hole of proliferation of phenomena, the wealth of which has something about it, something inhuman. These paths lead to all sciences or to none. This amounts to saying that in this case the means are more important than the end. All that is involved is an attitude for understanding, and not a consolation. Let me repeat, in the beginning, at the very least. How can one fail to feel the basic relationship of these minds? How can one fail to see that they take their stand around a privileged and bitter moment in which hope has no further place? I want everything to be explained to me, or nothing. And the reason is impotent when it hears this cry from the heart. The mind aroused by this insistence seeks and finds nothing but contradictions and nonsense. What I fail to understand is nonsense. The world is people with such irrationals. The world itself, whose single meaning I do not understand, is but a vast irrational. If one could say just once, "This is clear," all would be saved. But these men vie, I said that in French for some reason. Not my voice cracking, oh gosh. But these men vie with one another in proclaiming that nothing is clear, all is chaos, that all man has is his lucidity and his definite knowledge of the walls surrounding him. All these experiences agree and confirm one another. The mind, when it reaches its limits, must make a judgment and choose its conclusions. This is where unalive and the reply stand. But I wish to reverse the order of the inquiry and start out from the intelligent adventure and come back to the daily acts. The experiences called to mind here were born in the desert that we must not leave behind. At least it is essential to know how far they went. At this point of his effort, man stands face to face with the irrational. He feels within him his longing for happiness and for reason. The absurd is born of this confusion between the human need and the unreasonable silence of the world. This must not be forgotten. This must be clung to because the whole consequence of a life can depend on it. The irrational, the human nostalgia, the absurd that is born of their encounter. These are the three characters in the drama that must necessarily end with all the logic of which an existence is capable. Philosophical, unalive. How are we doing, chat? Please encourage me with more butterfly emojis. I'm trying really, really hard. And like the video, etc., etc. Yeah, we're doing Camus ASMR for real. Like the video because this one's definitely gonna get YouTube a little riled up with the topic at hand. And so that the technocratic gods don't find me unpalatable, make sure to tell the stupid fucking little beep beep boop machine that it's actually good and possibly helpful to people. Philosophical, unalive. The feeling of the absurd is not, for all that, the notion of the absurd. It lays the foundations for it, and that is all. It is not limited to that notion, except in the brief moment when it passes judgment on the universe. Subsequently, it has a chance of going further. It is alive. In other words, it must die, or else reverberate. So it is with these themes we have gathered together. But there again, what interests me is not the works of or minds, criticisms of which would call for another form and another place, but the discovery of what their conclusions have in common. Never, perhaps, have minds been so different. Camus, if only you saw today. And yet we recognize as identical the spiritual landscapes in which they get underway. Likewise, despite such dissimilar zones of knowledge, the cry that terminates their itinerary rings out in the same way. It is evident that the thinkers we have just recalled have a common climate. To say that that climate is deadly scarcely amounts to playing on words. Living under that stifling sky forces one to get away or to stay. The important thing is to find out how people get away in the first case, and why people stay in the second case. This is how I define the problem of unalive, and the possible interest in the conclusions of existential philosophy. But first, I want to detour from the direct path. Up until now, we have managed to circumscribe the absurd from the outside. One can, however, wonder how much all is clear in that notion, and by direct analysis, try to discover its meaning on the one hand, and on the other, the consequences it involves. If I accuse an innocent man of a monstrous crime, but tell a virtuous man he has coveted his own sister, he will reply that this is absurd. His indignation has its comical aspect, but it also has its fundamental reason. The virtuous man illustrates by that reply the definitive antinomy existing between the deed I am attributing to him and his lifelong principles. That's absurd means it's impossible, but also it's contradictory. If I see a man armed with only a sword attack a group of machine guns, I shall consider his act to be absurd. But it is so solely by virtue of the disproportion between his intention and the reality he will encounter, of the contradiction I notice between his true strength and the aim he has in view. Likewise, we shall deem a verdict absurd when we contrast it with the facts apparently dictated. And similarly, demonstration by the absurd is achieved by comparing the consequences of such reasoning with the logical reality one wants to set up. In all of these cases, from the simplest to the most complex, the magnitude of the absurdity will be in direct ratio to the distance between the two terms of my comparison. There are absurd marriages, challenges, rancors, silences, wars, and even peace treaties. For each of them, the absurdity springs from a comparison. I am thus justified in saying that the feeling of absurdity does not spring from a mere scrutiny of a fact or an impression, but that it bursts from the comparison between a bare fact and a certain reality, between an action and the world that transcends it. The absurd is essentially a divorce. It lies in neither the elements compared, it is born of their confrontation. In this particular case, and on the plane of intelligence, I can therefore say that the capital A, absurd, is not in man, parentheses, if such a metaphor could have a meaning, end parentheses, nor in the world, but in the present together. For the moment, it is the only bond uniting them. If wish to limit myself to facts, I know what man wants. I know what the world offers him. And now I can say I also know what links them. I have no need to dig deeper. A single certainty is enough for the seeker. He simply has to derive all the consequences from it. Immediate consequence is also a rule of method. Goodbye, last of that Ricola. You believe in the thing? What does that mean? You smashed the hell out of that button? I appreciate you so much, Wormy. Thank you. Yeah, like the hell out of this stream. Because YouTube doesn't like topics like this, even though they are massively important. And I thought, you know, what better day than Valentine's Day to celebrate such a thing? Or maybe not, celebrate's not the right word, but in which people feel perhaps the most dour. And you can tell who I'm reading by how poetic my language ends up being. And Camus is nothing if not a very, very beautiful writer. I struggle at times to call him a philosopher. YouTube hates the world. So true, Stoppy. So true. And yet, we persist in its absurdity, perhaps. Is that too on the nose? It's a little cheesy, but I like it. Oh, and this flower won't stay. It's making me sad. Happy Valentine's Day, Trop, genuinely. Oh, thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. There we go. Wow. The final Ricola. My respite before we continue. Can you guys spam more, flowers and hibiscuses, please? That would be awesome. Because it really does help. It encourages me. I see it in chat and I think to myself, like, okay, yay, they want it. They see what I'm doing and they appreciate it, and I'm like, oh. And for those of you that are new, that are joining the stream on YouTube, please like the infinite Ricola on the first world. So true. For those of you that are just joining, YouTube doesn't like these topics, but on a day like Valentine's Day, I think it's important to talk about Camus, and also to wear butterflies and orchids in your hair. So, yeah, no. Make sure to like the videos so that YouTube knows that it's actually helpful and not, edgy. Please. It does really help, and hopefully it reaches the right people. But with that, and take another sip of my coffee. Oh, thank you, John, for the butterflies and hibiscuses. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you, guys. So cute. I love it. Thank you. Um, okay. With that, swig of coffee. It's cold again, and it mixes really poorly with Ricola. But we continue. The Canadian flag, let's go. I definitely look Canadian in this attire, don't I? This screams Canadian, doesn't it? I'll get to my Canadian phase soon. Then a tropic will have its moment to shine and I'll be able to be in full Canadian nationalist attire. But for now, I can't neglect my roots. Hmm. Oh, and Midwest emo has stopped. Camus ASMR still gets me. Maybe I should change the name of this to Camus ASMR. It screams more elvish fairy. Yeah, I think maybe people call me elfish because I'm quite tall. I'm not horribly tall. I'm modeling height. But it's just like I guess it's enough that people can't call me fairy. Which is why I was surprised that I was called one earlier. It's the first time I've ever been called a fairy. Which also, I guess this year it was the first time I was called an angel, but that was like a cat call, so that kind of sucked. But very odd. But yeah, people watching this video, like it, because I would like that a lot, and it would be very helpful. Very helpful. And also, if you listen to my voice, I'm losing it because I'm sick. So, I'm trying my best. Sorry if this ends up unintentionally being Camus ASMR. It's not really the point. I would scream it from my lungs, but I don't think I can. You look elfish. Is your jawline and cheekbones too? Is it? I don't know. I feel like my face is too round. Look, I got the Ricola. Oh no, you can't see it. Ricola. Yippee! Anyway. Is everyone still there? If you're still there, please send more butterflies and hibiscuses as I cannot come up with any Camus commentary because I have not read anything like that. Really? Honestly, I think you would genuinely enjoy him, especially since you've been in the Sisyphus server so long. It's like, well, it's Ben's favorite writer, period. And he is quite poetic. I think that he has the most succinct and, perhaps for the layman, understanding of how to articulate things in their least grandiose form. Thank you for all the hibiscuses and butterflies. Thank you. Wait, hold on. Butterfly is like this. Butterfly. Butterfly. Yippee! But yeah. Unintentional ASMR. Not meaning to. Losing my voice. I'm really trying. Okay. Let's keep going. If I wish to limit myself to facts, I know what man wants. I know what the world offers him. And now I can say that I also know what links them. I have no need to dig deeper. A single certainty is enough for the seeker. He simply has to derive all the consequences from it. Immediate consequence is also a rule of method. The odd trinity brought to light in this way is certainly not a startling discovery, but it resembles the data of experience in that it is both infinitely simple and infinitely complicated. Its first distinguishing feature in this regard is that it cannot be divided. To destroy one of its terms is to destroy the whole. There can be no absurd outside the human mind. Thus, like everything else, the absurd ends with death. But there can be no absurd outside of this world either. And it is by this elementary criterion that I judge the notion of the absurd to be essential, and I consider that it can stand as the first of my truths. The rule of method alluded to above appears here. If I judge that a thing is true, I must preserve it. If I attempt to solve a problem, I at least must not, by that very solution, conjure away one of the terms of the problem. For me, the sole datum is the absurd. The first, and after all, the only condition of my inquiry is to preserve the very thing that crushes me. Consequently, to respect what I consider essential in it. What I have just defined is as a confrontation. What I have just defined it as a confrontation and an unceasing struggle. And carrying this absurd logic to its conclusion, I must admit that the struggle implies a total absence of hope, parentheses, which has nothing to do with despair, end parentheses, a continual rejection, parentheses, which must not be confused with renunciation, end parentheses, and a continuous dissatisfaction, parentheses, which must not be compared to immature unrest, end parentheses. Everything that destroys, conjures away, or exercises these requirements, parentheses, and to begin with, consent which overthrows divorce, end parentheses, ruins the absurd and devaluates the attitude that may then be proposed. The absurd only has meanings insofar as it has not agreed to. There exists an obvious fact that seems utterly immoral, namely that a man is always a prey to his truths. Once he has admitted them, he cannot free himself from them. One has to pay something. A man who has become conscious of the absurd is forever bound to it. A man devoid of hope and conscious of being has ceased to belong to the future. That is natural. But it is just as natural that he should strive to escape the universe of which he is the creator. All the foregoing has significance only on account of this paradox. Certain men, starting from this critique of rationalism, have admitted the absurd climate. Nothing is more instructive in this regard than to scrutinize the way in which they've elaborated their consequences. Now, to limit myself to existential philosophies, I see that all of them, without exception, suggest escape. Through an odd reasoning. Starting out from the absurd over the ruins of reason, in a closed universe limited to the human, they deify what crushes them and find reason to hope in what impoverishes them. That forced hope is religious in all of them. It deserves attention. I shall merely analyze here as examples a few themes dear to Chestov and Kierkegaard. But Jaspers will provide us, in caricatural form, a typical example of this attitude. As a result, the rest will be clearer. He is left powerless to realize the transcendent, capable of plumbing the depth of experience, and conscious of that universe upset by failure. Will he advance, or at least draw conclusions from that failure? He contributes nothing new. He has found nothing in experience but the confession of his own impotence, and no occasion to infer any satisfactory principle. Yet, without justification, he says to himself, he suddenly asserts all at once the transcendent, the essential of experience, and the superhuman significance of life when he writes. Does not the failure reveal, beyond any possible explanation and interpretation, not the absence but the existence of transcendence? That existence which, suddenly and through a blind act of human confidence, explains everything, he defines as the unthinkable unity of the general and the particular. Thus the absurd becomes God, parentheses, in the broadest meaning of this word, end parentheses. And that inability to understand becomes the existence that eliminates everything. Nothing logically prepares this reasoning. I can call it a leap. And paradoxically can be understood in Jasper's insistence. His infinite patience devoted to making the experience of transcendence impossible to realize. For the more fleeting that approximation is, the more empty that definition proves to be, and the more real that transcendent is to him. For the passion he devotes to asserting it in its direct proportion to the gap between his powers of explanation and the irrationality of the world and of experience. It thus appears that sorry, I got another Ricola. Perhaps 3. Please send more emojis. Send more butterflies and hibiscuses because I need it right now. I'm trying so hard. But my voice is sounding like this. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's like... It's starting to cut out a little bit. But we persist. And more coffee too. Wait, sorry, butterfly. Thank you for the butterflies. Thank you for the butterflies. I appreciate it. It really does help, actually. It motivates me a lot. It thus appears that the more bitterly Jaspers destroys the reason's preconceptions, the more radically he will explain the world. That apostle of humiliated thought will find at the end of will find at the very end of humiliation the means of regenerating being to its very depth. Mystical thought has familiarized us with such devices. They are just as legitimate as any attitude of mind. But for the moment, I am acting as if I took a certain problem seriously. Sorry. Without judging beforehand the general value of this attitude or its educative power, I mean simply to consider whether it answers the conditions I set myself, whether it is worthy of the conflict that concerns me. Thus, I return to Chestov. A commentator relates a remark of his that deserves interest. I'll be narrating all quotes in a fake British accent. The only true solution, he said, is precisely where human judgment sees no solution. Otherwise, what need would we have of God? We turn toward God only to obtain the impossible. As for the impossible, then suffice. If there is a Chestovian philosophy, I can say that it is altogether summed up in this way. For when, at the conclusion of his passionate analyses, Chestov discovers the fundamental absurdity of all existence, he does not say, "This is absurd," but rather, "This is God. We must rely on him, even if he does not correspond to any of our rational categories." So, that confusion may not be possible. The Russian philosopher even hints that this God is perhaps full of hatred and hateful, incomprehensible and contradictory. But the more hideous is his face, the more he asserts his power. His greatness is his incoherence. His proof is his inhumanity. One must spring into him, and by this leap free oneself from rational illusions. Thus, for Chestov, acceptance of the absurd is contemporaneous with the absurd itself. Being aware of it amounts to accepting it, and the whole logical effort of his thought is to bring it out so that at the same time the tremendous hope it involves may burst forth. Let me repeat that this attitude is legitimate, but I am persisting here in considering a single problem and all of its consequences. Right. I do not have to examine the emotion of a thought or of an act of faith. I have a whole lifetime to do that. I know that the rationalist finds Chestov's attitude annoying. I also feel that Chestov is right rather than the rationalist, and I merely want to know if he retains faithful to the commandments of the absurd. Now, if it is admitted that the absurd is the contrary of hope, it is seen that existential thought for Chestov presupposes the absurd, but proves only to dispel it. Such subtlety of thought is a conjurer's emotional trick. When Chestov elsewhere sets his absurd opposition to the current morality and reason, he calls it truth and redemption. Hence, sorry. Oh, all the emojis, thank you. Thank you guys. Here, butterfly. Here, butterfly. Butterfly for all of you. Thank you for all the encouragement. It's really helpful. It's really, really helpful. Please send more. I'm trying really hard. My voice, I want to finish at least this essay. That is my goal. Let's see how many pages we have left. I find it, Camus is really a fantastic writer. Oh no. Perhaps this might be a twofer. I also think I lost my page. Uh-oh. Are we still there, chat? Thank you for the butterflies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for all the butterflies and the likes and the support. I will keep continuing even though this basically turned into ASMR. I'm really trying to get my voice out. It just sounds kind of like shit. I am genuinely trying though. I'm sorry. I don't know if it's like translating just how bad my voice is right now onto the mic. Wait, hold on. Let me listen really quickly. Can you hear just how bad my voice is? I'm trying really, really hard. I'm trying really. Yep. That is my voice at the moment. Uh, if you feel the kindness in your heart to like the video so that it can reach more people, because YouTube doesn't like things like this topic, especially Camus. Well, no, YouTube likes Camus, but doesn't like the word that I'm substituting unalive for. So it's definitely gonna be by YouTube. So like the stream to counteract techno capital stupidity. The Canadian emojis, that's funny. And send butterflies and hibiscuses in chat to motivate me because whenever I look up and I see them, it makes me really happy, even though this turned into unintentional ASMR. Okay. Let's at least finish off until we get to the actual myth of Sisyphus. Even though, unfortunately, that is the most important part. But alas, we're only on page 18, and the myth of Sisyphus starts at page 53. And my voice is quite weak. And it grows weaker. I hope you guys are finding this at the very least, and just uh, gosh, I read this right. I believe Okay, yes, I believe I was around here. Um yes, we are only on page 18 out of 53 before we get to the Myth of Sisyphus, which is really, really upsetting because I really like Camus. But alas, we trudge forth. And perhaps I'll make a series of this. I'll have to figure out a more interesting thumbnail, perhaps. Can you see the orchid in my hair? There's no orchid emoji, unfortunately. But keep spamming with hibiscus and butterflies. And you, happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Mm, if it is admitted that all the power of that notion lies in the way it runs counter to our elementary hopes, if it is felt if it is felt that to remain, the absurd requires not to be consented to, not me switching into a weird British accent. Honestly, that might be more fun at this point. Shall we do the fake British accent? Happy Valentine's Day to you too. Should I do the fake British accent? I do find it quite fun. I need to practice it more. It would be cool if I actually knew a linguist that could coach me on it, but alas, I must stick to my very elementary knowledge of such dictation and pitch. Yes, no, to the fake British accent. I believe the manner in which I speak is most akin to the um, high pronunciated English. I don't remember the name for it, therefore I shall look it up for you. 1 second, darlings. Sorry. Oh no, that is not. That is not how you refer to it. If anyone remembers what the higher um not higher the more posh version of um British English is called, to be very much appreciated if you could um re-inform me because it seems to escape me at the moment. Ah, um, received pronunciation. Swag mode on. Let's go. Thank you for highlighting the message too. It's so cute. Oh, Wormy, you're so sweet. Thank you. Dropping the R sound at the end of words. Key features include using a long R in words like bath and distinct R sounds and limited lip movement. Best of luck, twin. I'm going to hit the hay. Aw, aw, bye, Wormy. Thank you for hanging in there for so long, and happy Valentine's Day to you, Butterfly, for your efforts. And melons and all that good stuff. I appreciate you hanging out this long. It was actually really fun. But go be free. And I'm going to take everyone's lack of pushback against my desire to speak in in received pronunciation as a non-reciprocity. The R at the end of words like car or water is not usually pronounced, or it is softened. Articulation. Consonants are enunciated sharply, and the voice is often described as having a stiff upper lip. Stiff upper lip. Oh, thank you, Wormy. Thank you for all the emojis, guys. I really appreciate it. Genuinely. It's keeping me going strong. Generally, it is described as being more measured, clear, and sometimes even more musical compared to regional accents. I genuinely have no idea where I picked up this accent. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could tell. I wish I could tell you. But I have genuinely no idea. I do very much want to learn a Scouse accent as well. I find them quite endearing. But since there has been no pushback on me continuing with my received pronunciation, I will continue with that just so I can keep myself at least a little bit entertained. I heard a message. Oh no, you're becoming British. Yeah, only to keep myself entertained, you know? Gotta keep it fresh. And also, for some reason, it's a lot easier on the voice. Not sure why. I lost of my coffee. And do we continue? Now, if it is admitted that the absurd is the contrary of hope, it is seen that existential thought for Chestov presupposes the absurd, but it proves only to dispel it. Such subtlety of thought is a conjurer's emotional trick. When Chestov elsewhere sets his absurd in opposition to the current morality and reason, and calls it truth and redemption. Hence, there's basically, in that definition of the absurd, an approbation that Chestov grants it. If it is admitted that all the power that the notion lies in the way runs counter to our elementary belief, to our elementary hopes. If it is felt that if it is felt that to remain the absurd requires not to be consented to, then it can be clearly seen that it has lost its true aspect, its human and relative character. In order to enter an eternity that is both incomprehensible and satisfying. If there is an absurd, it is in man's universe. The moment the notion transforms itself into eternity's springboard, it ceases to be linked to human lucidity. The absurd is no longer that evidence that man ascertains without consenting to it. The struggle is eluded. Man integrates the absurd, and in that communion it causes to disappear its essential character, which is in opposition, laceration, and divorce. This leap is an escape. Chestov, who is so fond of quoting Hamlet's remark, "The time is of our joint," writes it down with a sort of savage hope that seems to belong to him in particular, for it is not in the sense that Hamlet says it, or Shakespeare writes it. The intoxication of the irrational, and the vocation of rapture into, in turn, a lucid mind away from the absurd. To Chestov, reason is useless, but there is something beyond reason. To an absurd mind, reason is useless, and there is nothing beyond reason. This leap can at least enlighten us a little more to the true nature of the absurd. We know that it is worthless in an equilibrium that is above all in comparison, and not in the terms of that comparison. But it so happens that Chestov puts all the emphasis on one of the terms and destroys the equilibrium. Our appetite for understanding, our nostalgia for the absolute are explicable only in so far precisely as we can understand and explain many things. It is useless to negate the reason absolutely. It has its order in which it is efficacious. It is properly that of human experience, whence we wanted to make everything clear. If we cannot do so, if the absurd is born on that occasion, it is born precisely at the very meeting point of that efficacious but limited reason with the ever-resurgent irrational. Now, when Chestov rises up against a Hegelian proposition such as the notion, I guess I'll do quotes in an American English accent. The motion of the solar system takes place in conformity with immutable laws, and those laws are its reason. When he devotes all his passion to upsetting Spinoza's rationalism, he concludes, in effect, in favor of the vanity of all reason, whence, by a natural and illegitimate reversal, to the preeminence of the irrational. But the transition is not evident, for here may intervene the notion of limit and the notion of level. The laws of nature may be operative up to a certain limit, beyond which they turn against themselves to give birth to the absurd, or else they may justify themselves on the level of description, without for that reason being true on the level of explanation. Everything is sacrificed here. Alright. Hydrate or dehydrate, Doris is right. Drink right now, what the frig? You sound like the Queen of England the day she died. He's too locked in, fuck. I know, I'm sorry. I need to, What did Camus do to you? No, I've been sick. I woke up a little sick this morning, but I think all the talking, almost 12 hours now. and not a single donation. My work is for the greater good. But I whoa, whoa, whoa. Incorrect signifier. Doors, you know better. But yeah, I do need to hydrate. Excuse me. I want to at least finish this chapter. Oh, nope, that didn't help much. I have Ricola that I'm chewing on. Chum, go to bed, it's 1 a.m. I really want to finish this chapter. We're on page 19. And we would finish at 24, which is not very long. And we can manage that. Will my voice be destroyed? Probably. If anyone in chat has um any desire to spare me the the work that I probably won't be able to do because I just blew out my voice speaking for so long. Text to speech is here, and it would be really helpful. But yeah, I will sub if you go to bed. Okay. I guess it does hit a goal. But I guess like also wait, doors. You're you shouldn't be spending money. I We have text to speech for a reason. I have a donation page as well. Everyone who decides to take everyone who decides to take pity on me, um, those would be really helpful at the moment. But yeah, for now we have the lovely Valentine's makeup. And we're good. Enjoy. That would make clavicular cringe and fear and butterflies and text to speech that depending on how much you tip, the voice is more or less legible due to the accent. And I worked very hard figuring out the correct accent for each tier. So I would be very, very happy if someone did it. It would make me very, very happy. If you all would allow me to respond to a singular message, I would very much appreciate it. And please excuse the mangled um the mangled my mangled voice. The mangled nature of my voice. It's not very becoming, I'm aware. But alas, here we stand, together in solidarity. It's unintentional ASMR. That's what I've been telling myself. Or perhaps it's intentional, who knows? But chew on Ricola. Texture speed. and send me a Valentine's Day message. And oh, I didn't send the message. Oops. Oops. I forgot to send the message. I just hope one day I'm vaguely surprised by it. TTS requires a US billing address? What? Oh, that is the wrong. Oh, let me fix that in stream elements. Because that's the wrong link. The link is actually pinned to the top. Or at least it should be. Wait, what? Um, Gosh, what's my link again? Okay. Doris, do you mind trying that again? Oh, and also it's exclamation point socials for my links. And yep, there you go. That should be the correct one. And that should work for text to speech. Hurts. And I'll eventually have to copy those over to YouTube as well. But in the meantime, um, we 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 continue. Question mark at what cost? Question mark. But we continue. It should all be in order. Uh, Maybe I should do what Brogan does and get more vitriolic, political people on here. Pander to that niche because they like spending money. Uh, no, meet me. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'll open up this for debate. I don't know. No one I think I want to debate though. I guess we could get PF Young on here. We can see what he's up to. Ow. Internal organs, no. The Discord is so cute. I love you guys. Okay. Continue reading. Doors didn't subscribe, so I can continue reading. Internal organs, please. Mm-hmm. They can just have an audiobook. That's crazy. Doris, did you include anything in your tip? Thank you. But did you include anything in it? Because if you don't add a message, then it doesn't do text to speech. Mm-hmm. It didn't read it. Okay, tell me what it said and I'll fake that it happened. Oh wait, maybe it's on Stream Elements. That's not good. I'm also very confusing. Oh no, I think it was on Stream Elements. Oops. Oh, my internal organs hurt. Okay, I'll do your message. because you attempted, and I gave you the wrong link, and it's my fault. Oh, what the heck? Don't tell me I set it up wrong. No. No. Oh no, it was set up wrong? Okay, that's my bad for being stupid. Although for some reason this is also incorrect. What the heck happened? You'd want an audiobook with me? Maybe I'll produce one day. Ah, okay, I got it. Here, I can emulate.
Go to bed, you chat it too late to be reading even 5 page why 6 and Camus was a fraud anyway. This is the BTW he. Hello, he.
Thanks, Doors. Appreciate it. Thanks, Doors. She was in Japanese. If you tip more, you get a better voice. Like let's say here, I'll take this one. Let's say beautiful accent. Thank you. I worked very hard on finding the correct one for each.
I'd want an audiobook with your voice.
See? It works. I think the probably that's $10 again. No, no.
Tis probably cause Camus is so depression coded, like UK weather.
Is there a German one? I don't remember. There's one that I really liked. Um, who was it? No, no. Ah, okay, I know who it was. This one's my favorite.
Hydrate or dihydrate, Dorsius right.
I love that. Ah, that one's probably my favorite one. The name of the voice is Masha, which is short for Maria in Russian, or I guess like most. It's a diminutive of Maria. But yeah, I hope you guys got a fun taste of what text to speech is like. Because I worked very hard. And I guess I still fucked it up. We never troubleshot it. Oh, that's so odd. Oh. Well, that's depressing. Um, if you would like to send text to speech, I will manually enter them myself. And we can have fun with that, because I do find them quite fun. Especially when it starts getting into like saying numbers and stuff. It gets really kooky. A little silly, a little goofy. One, two, three, four, five. Doors, I'm not doing any more freebies for text to speech. Either subscribe or tip, donate, whatever. You hear this voice? The voice of the dying king. The rest of the voices are surprises. What? No, text to speech isn't the same as subscribing. What the heck? $1 to go to bed. Yeah, I know. It's okay. Thank you for the singular troubleshoot of it all. But alas, we continue forward. We continue forward. I didn't know. I find myself absolutely exhausted. I need another cola. Doors, do we pander to? Is Stop still here? Did she leave? Stop left. Unless she's in, or not Discord. Give the voice a rest? No, not until I get a text to speech that is worth the amount of time that I spent today, which was 12 hours. Actually, it was 11 and a half. Or, or, um, I get a subscription on Twitch. Other than that, I trudge forth because no one can stop me. Gonna read Camus. Oh, 1 second. Been under these lights all day. And I recall it. Boy, I have to go to bed because I have redacted tomorrow and I have a headache. You're preaching to the choir, but I set a limit. And listen, when I set a goal, I stick to it. Despite all of my, despite my body telling me no. Alright, fair enough. I'll stick around being supportive. Love you, doors. A butterfly for you. A butterfly for you. No cursing. Kind of, in the words of Amy Winehouse, what kind of fludgery is this? Or sorry, she says, what type of? You'll give emojis? Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. Out of the lozenge. Ah. Hmm. Ah. Throat lozenge. But, I don't know. Justin, you better start spamming chat with something about Afghani giants. Because it's dying in there. They need you. Okay, good. Yeah. I'm doing my best to negate the negative effects I'm having on my voice right now. Both of you just yap it up in there. uh, yeah, I guess I'll have to. Justin, just go on an entire rant about Afghani giants. Do it. Do it. How are we, chat? Chat is silent. I go, yep, 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 but I have no voice. Doris, go on a long rant about why you should text your ex on Valentine's Day. You're getting sleepy. Too sleepy for the Afghani giants? That's actually insane to hear. I guess it is quite late. If you already sent that message before, yeah, I remember it quite well. Don't actually text your ex, that's irresponsible. Says Doors, not admitting to what she said, what they said before. Yeah, I'm only human. Perfect human, but still human. That's fair. Damn. But how do I survive without, um, uh, the attention paid to me by the internet? I'll die. I might unintentionally do ASMR. Can I do ASMR in, okay, let's see if this is audible. Can you hear me if I talk like this? Even though technically I can feel it and it's really worse for my voice. What a horrible idea. Genuinely. Awful idea. I don't suggest it to anyone. But yeah, I'm supposed to be dead center. Hello, chat. How are we today? You don't have my stunning voice to accompany you this fine evening. I'm unfortunate to give you such news. You don't have to force yourself if you don't have to. I'm determined. I am determined. Therefore, I must. Most of chat has fallen asleep or left. Pretty sure Doors and me are the only ones left here. Yeah, I guess we can pander to, um, oh wait, I didn't set a timer. But it was 5 minutes ago. Because I have that up. For the no cursing. So, let's pander to an audience that'll at least make up for the 12 hours that I spent today. Because that was kind of insane. And not at all fun. I mean, it was fun, but not entirely. Not in the way that it actually had any tangible outcome. unfortunately. So, let's pander to an audience. Hmm, I know how to do that. Trickster, archetype, tropical stuck returns. Hmm. This will definitely fall out of my hair, unfortunately. Mm. Cover up the ears as best we can. Are you the only one there? I don't think so. I see people popping in and out. Mm. Ears? These are my ears. Haha. What are you talking about? It's so crazy. I actually hate the feeling of hair in my ears. It feels really gross. Thank you, Justin. Oh. You can't see it from the side. And actually, perhaps. You're still here. Hi, doors. Mm. See, bobby pin would have been helpful. Mm. Wait, that's not how it goes. Mm. There we go. Hides the ears slightly. Mm. And we change the name of the stream to something completely absent of what it is. There. And now the stream is indiscernible from anyone else on twitch.com. Let's see. +3, -3 viewers. And I guess change the background to something else. But I still want to keep reading Camus. So, we're in it for the long haul. Have sacrificed here to the irrational and the demand for clarity being conjured away. The absurd appears in one of the terms of its comparison. The absurd man, on the other hand, does not undertake such a leveling process. He recognizes the struggle. He does not absolutely scorn reason, and admits the irrational. Thus he again embraces, in a single glance, all the data of experience, and he is inclined to leap before knowing. He knows simply that in alert awareness there is no further place for hope. Poor little. Oh. Sad. I don't know. Maybe I can figure something else out. Kind of works. Yeah, that works. And that's my makeup. Yippee! Okay. What is perceptible in the test jobs Leo Chestov will be perhaps even more so on Kierkegaard. To be sure, it is hard to outline clear propositions in so lucid a writer. But despite apparently opposed writings beyond the pseudonyms, the tricks and the smiles can be felt throughout that work, as it were, the presentiment, parentheses, at the same time as the apprehension, and parentheses, of a truth which eventually bursts forth in the last works. Kierkegaard likewise takes the lead. I am happy with the orchid sticking to the ears at least. Quite silly. His childhood having been so frightened by Christianity, he ultimately returns to its harshest aspect. For him, too, antinomy and paradox become criteria of the religious. Thus, the very thing that led to despair in the meaning and depth of this life now gives it truth and its clarity. Christianity is the scandal, and what Kierkegaard calls for quite plainly is the third sacrifice required by Ignatius Loyola, the one in which God most rejoices, the sacrifice of the intellect. This effect of the leap is old, but must not surprise us any longer. He takes of the absurd the criterion of the other world, whereas it is simply a residue of the experience of this world. I don't know, Doris, help me out. Am I pronouncing this correctly? In his failure, says Kierkegaard, the believer finds his triumph. It is not for me to wonder what stirring preaching this attitude is linked. I merely have to wonder what the spectacle of the absurd in its own character justifies it. On this point, I know that it is not so. On considering again the context of the absurd, one understands better the method that inspired Kierkegaard. Between the irrational of the world and the insurgent nostalgia of the absurd, he does not maintain the equilibrium. He does not respect the relationship that constitutes, properly speaking, the feeling of absurdity. Huh? What are you pronouncing? I don't know. Pronounced, sorry. Where did I put my phone? Ooh, that was a very high squeak. Received pronunciation. And that's what I'm going for. And I'll try to read from this far back. I am quite impressed with how the look turned out, I will say that. He does not respect the relationship that constitutes, properly speaking, the feeling of absurdity. Sure, being unable to escape the irrational, he wants to at least save himself from that desperate nostalgia that seems to him sterile and devoid of implication. But if he may be right on this point in his judgment, he could not be in his negation. If he substitutes for his cry a revolt of frantic adherence, at once he is led to blind himself to the absurd which hitherto enlightened him, to deify the only certainty he henceforth possesses, the irrational. The important thing is, as Abbe Galliani said to Madame Epinay, that's very Quebecois of me. Oops. It is not to be cured, but to live with one's ailments. Kierkegaard wants to be cured. To be cured is his frenzied wish, but to live with one's ailments, be cured is his wish, and it runs throughout his whole journal. The entire effort of his intelligence is to escape the antinomy of the human condition, and all the more desperate effort since he intermittently perceives its vanity when he speaks of himself, as if neither fear of God nor piety were able to bring him to peace. Thus it is that. No, that's not it. Thus it is that, throughout a sustained subterfuge, he gives the irrational appearance and God the attributes of the absurd, unjust, incoherent, and incomprehensible. Intelligence alone in him strives to stifle the underlying demands of the human heart. Since nothing is proved, everything can be proved. Indeed, Kierkegaard himself shows us the path taken. I do not want to suggest anything here, but how can one fail to read his works and read in his works the signs of an almost intentional mutilation of the soul to balance the mutilation accepted in regard to the absurd? It is a leitmotif of the journal. What I lacked, this is a quote, so American. What I lacked was the animal which also belongs to human density. But give me a body then, and further on. Oh, especially in my early youth, what should I not have given to be a man, even for 6 months? What I lack, basically, is a body and the physical conditions of existence. Actually, we're continuing in American English. I can't. And also I'm putting my hair behind my ears. Don't like it. Goodbye. And also goodbye. And also hello again. This just in. I'm bad at being a sellout. What did you say, Doris? Oh, hi, Doris. Honestly, the fact that it's 2 a.m. and I can't seem to focus anymore seems to indicate that perhaps I'm hitting a wall. And also that I have no voice. And I think Justin died. Oh no, Justin is dead. Well, can't say we're at least not. Can't not say we were cute. Okay, I give up on this music. Yeah, this is me grasping at straws for the last of my health. And also perhaps sanity. Probably a good mix of both. I do actually want to figure this out though. How might I do such a thing? Outdoors. Yeah, I think I reached my limit. I think there's a few clippable moments in here. If you're willing to scroll around through it. I don't know which parts you were here for though. But oh, hello people that randomly have returned. I'll just take font. That works. Very silly. Doors, are you still there? Hello, random people in chat. How are you? Hip. Thank you. I think. Mm. How are you, new people in chat? How are you doing? Happy Valentine's. Happy Valentine's. Technically it already passed over on my side of the world, but yeah. I love Valentine's and starting it out a little sick. Fortunately. Getting really into math lately. Go off doors. So. Your Valentine's was so. I feel like I'm doing unintentional ASMR. Hmm. Line 2, Toronto, 2 a.m. Oh, hey, we're in the same vicinity. Well, we're in the same time zone. Although I can't say, I've been getting too much sleep, unfortunately. Yeah, there's a bit of a delay. I have OBS streaming on 2 platforms at the moment, so unfortunately, ugh. Mm. Yeah, I just like being sick so much. And it's not fun. But I do like this flower in my hair, it's very cute. If only it would stay properly. Alas. Hmm. Oh, hip. No. It's for text to speech. Flowers, nice touch. Thank you. For text to speech, it's a little broken, but you have to do exclamation point tip. What do you mean by getting really into math doors? I've only read L'étranger by Camus in the original French. Loved it though. Yeah, we had someone who also read The Stranger earlier here in chat today. Honestly, um I read it once a really long time ago. I haven't read it for a long time, so I don't remember it very well. But he said he liked the novella aspect of it. I would say that the essays in the Myth of Sisyphus were a lot more compelling in my opinion, but maybe it's because I'm coming at it as an adult now. Yeah, I'm bad at math, but I like reading about it. To be fair, math is a branch of philosophy, so when you kind of understand this proofs and everything, it becomes a lot more fun. I'm getting into math? No, other chat and Twitch. Excuse me. Um, we have um another person saying that they're getting into math. Doris says, I suck at problem questions though, at least for now. I'll get there. I believe in you, Doris. You got this. I feel like maybe I should save Camus for special occasion streams, like holidays and stuff. Might be more fun. Even though my voice is giving out. I don't know whether or not to stick it out for 15 more minutes. Uh, Kai Sustrin said, the fact that your stream had e-girl in the tag made me lol and click on it. Hey man, I'm not here to knock aesthetics. I know what niche I fit into. Yeah, welcome. I don't know. Am I not giving e-girl anymore? Thank you for the follow here. Butterfly for you. I don't think you're gonna get to the end of the chapter, Chop. Not with that attitude. Doors. Not with that attitude. Shani says, I'm a mathophile, hidden meaning of numbers and such. Oh, like, gematria, or whatever it's called? Or like numerology? No, that Kabbalistic tradition. I'm here to yap for a bit longer. Alas, Camus is such a fantastic writer, but unfortunately long winded before he gets to his major metaphor in this essay. And I don't have voice capacity for it, unfortunately. And also, YouTube doesn't like supporting this kind of content because it says a lot of unalive. So if you like the video, it does help take it out of the trenches. How are you doing, homie? My B-Day celebration was shit, so I'm trying to vibe, says Kai Sustrin. Um, I'm technically sick, which is why you hear my voice acting like this. But I'm sorry that your birthday was shit. I hope I hope tomorrow's at least better, or maybe you get to do something else throughout the week that's more fun. What happened for your birthday? No, just pure math. I mean, there's beauty in how numbers describe the world behind the surface, like how E shows up everywhere and phi and fractals. That is fair. I think math describes what we use to attribute because we have like we use the Arabic number system now, right? Which goes to 10, which I think is interesting because it was Roman numerals prior. And we use that now to ascribe more things to how we understand the world and philosophy in general. And I think it's really interesting to think about prior to that when we used Roman numerals, what we were able to kind of like conjure up from that because it gives you a different framework. So I don't know, food for thought there. At least in Western tradition. I'm going to just make myself uh top of screen. Hi, hello. Um, it's Kai says it's okay. You can call me Kai. My B-Day celebration was sniped in fun by my best friend, who decided to hash out issues with another friend of his, who's ironically my ex-girlfriend, who was the first girl I ever fell in love with. Ooh, I'm sorry, Kai. That's awful. So I ended up entertaining her BF while she and my best friend talked. Great vibes. Top tier content. Stayed out of 3 hours later and went to 10 out of 10. I mean, I'm glad that you at least ended up entertaining her BF. I hope that that was at least fun. Actually, fuck it. Send YouTube, send the stream to the abyss. I don't want any more fucking. I don't want any more subscribers. Do not give me money. Send me to hell. Send me to Hades, actually. I want to be more specific about where I want to go. I want Thanatos to pick me up right now and fucking drop me off in the middle of, I don't know. We're switching metaphors now. I want to go to Dante's Inferno. Take me to the fucking seventh circle. It wasn't a Maori. I hope you feel better though. Thank you. I hope I feel better too. But also, I'm also down to just die, I think. I'm so tired. I've been streaming technically for 12 hours and 15 minutes, and it has amounted to me showing that I have that dog in me. But aside from that, uh monetary gain has been fucking like negligible. We even want to call it that. No dying allowed. Uh, no, I want to die. I mean, actually, not really. But like I'm reading Camus. Of course, I don't. But uh, at the same time, man, I'm tired. Ah, that sucked. Hey, man, an e-girl into philosophy is kind of based in hot alike. Technically, in the stream, usually when we have the usual crowd here and it's not 2 a.m., I go by entirely male signifiers for some reason because someone started that trend and it hasn't stopped. So it's he pronouns and like calling me king or like chief or boss or whatever. Brother is another one, like go on, brother. Stuff like that. So go to bed. You started that trend. No, actually, Justin started that trend. Justin was the one who was referring to me entirely in male signifiers. You started that trend, buddy boy chum pal. No, no, I did not. Really? Yeah. Don't exactly think an e-girl is into philosophy, so I can't tell if the tag is misleading. If it's can't tell if so I can't tell if the tag is misleading or if your idea of philosophy is a meme. Kai, I think that you have a very how do I say this politely? A very superficial understanding of what people are capable of. There are multiplicities within everyone, and I can look like this and also still read Camus and Heidegger and Nick Land and I don't know, whoever else I want, like fucking Negative Dialectics by Adorno, the Frankfurt School. Like, what do you want from me, man? Yeah, I'm into philosophy. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Cheney. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't need to like posture the fact that I'm very much into philosophy. I also just look like this so people just want to disbelieve, but incorrect. Although I will say, probably one of my favorite philosophers currently, well, Adorno's up there, I will say. But Wittgenstein is up there. Um I need to reread Spinoza. Deleuze and Guattari I'm hating on lately. The guy I always hated. Um, Camus, I love. But yeah, no. I mean, Camus is also just easily parsable to the layman, which I think is very important. But Sartre, de Beauvoir, too. Okay, I'm gonna hit you with philosophy. What do you think of the ideas of Socrates and his Republic in regards to perfect society? I mean, I think it's like the best thing that he could come up with at his time. Hope to see you again. Came across your randomly tonight of all nights. Gonna walk my pooch and head to bed. Sleep sweet. Night, Shani. Thanks for tuning in. A butterfly for you. And you still up, Justin? Did you disappear? Do you think it's possible for the current world environment to pursue the idea of a perfect society? What does that entail to you? These are like, um, okay. I'm gonna take it at face value as to what you asked. I guess I don't think that there is like a platonic ideal of a society, not at least in the Socratic sense, in his Republic. I think there are better iterations off of him from Machiavelli, ironically, in not the Prince, but the discourses on Levy, in which he does go into a pro-republic stance. I would suggest reading into that if you're curious about political philosophy, but I would say that it would be disingenuous to say that I believe that there is a perfect society. I think that there is a more perfect that we can like strive towards, but there is no there will always be, due to human error, things not functioning. You know? You drifted off to sleep? That's fine. Have me on in the background as background noise so you can listen to my voice as I absolutely destroy it. I don't know. Kai, does that answer your question? 2 a.m. thoughts. 2 a.m. thoughts. Sort of. It does feel like, oh, wow. Messages came in all at once. Sort of. It does feel like a half answer to me. The kind of thing you'd see on Piers Morgan. The thing is that I don't believe in a perfect society. And also, like, Socrates can't really be ascribed to a more modern age, you know? So it wouldn't make sense. That's why I'm kind of like, I don't believe there is one. And I don't think there is ever the possibility of there being one. Fox ears worked. I don't know about that one, Jeeve. Like, it would be disingenuous of me to say that I believe that. I don't ask my question based off of Socrates' Society. I've just read about it. I'm just curious on what your thoughts on what a perfect society would be. I don't think that it's realistically possible due to human error because we've had so many iterations of quote unquote society, right? Which is essentially just functioning as humans together, right? In its most simple form. Um, to do so, there will always be people that intend to have self-interest, perhaps interest in the collective to the detriment of themselves. There will always be some sort of error in the system that you can't account for. And therefore, I don't think, you said, my understanding of philosophy in the modern era is limited because I haven't read philosophers in 10 plus years, but it's interesting to me. That's fair. 2 a.m. thoughts. Oh my god, this coffee is the only thing keeping me from spiraling. You, Justin, or me? The thing is that, like, I don't know. You're saying perfect society, but like perfection to me is like platonic ideal of, and I don't think that functions so long as humans are like fallible. So to me, it's not a question to answer. I don't think it's feasible. I hope that makes sense. Hence why I said a more perfect iteration. I need another Ricola. Thank you for the hearts on YouTube. Appreciate you. Ah, few more seconds until we hit that 7-hour mark. I always like getting other philosophers' thoughts. Are you a philosopher? I like to think of myself as an e-philosopher because, once again, most philosophers never have the credentials, except in the modern age, but that's like gate-kept academia, which I think is kind of annoying and bullshit. But in a way, I'm not as depressed and melancholic as most are. Um, I believe in the possibility of humanity far more than the acceptance of what it is. Well, the thing is that, and that's kind of a weird one, because to assume that most people assume, uh, most people are less depressed, or sorry, more depressed and more melancholic than you is kind of a misanthropic viewpoint in itself. Um, I believe in the possibility of humanity far more than the acceptance of what it is. I think that both things can be true at once. Because you can see the potential of humanity, but you can also understand what humanity is. And I say this in a very, like, we both have different perspectives of humanity. We haven't defined it, but I've always considered the philosophy of understanding of what society is. Optimism is the hopefulness of what the future potential. Sorry, and optimism is the hopefulness of the future potential of what humanity could be on average. Um, Philosophy is a lot more than just that, I would say. Although there are branches of philosophy that do really delve into that, especially ethics. But the thing is that there is an optimistic viewpoint. One can also you philosophy is frameworks fundamentally made by people throughout history. It's been iterated, reiterated. Yeah, it's ethics I've mainly dug into. Okay, that makes sense. Um, because moral philosophy is one of my favorites. But optimism, I think, has a use as a framework. So does pragmatism. So does cynicism. You know, I think that it really depends on what you're trying to achieve. So, would you believe the main reason society had been driven by so much conflict is because of the receding hairline? Is that why we created the Norwood scale? I think we created the Norwood scale so that we could compare balding on different people for scientific studies. And then for some reason, the public co-opted it and they wanted to use it as a measure of social status. And you know what? They did. um Would I believe that the main reason society has been driven to so much conflict is because of the receding hairline? Yes, absolutely. Just that. That is the only reason why. Tiago said, your makeup is amazing. You look gorgeous. Thank you. I spent a lot of time on it today in totally this stream. I appreciate the compliment, though. I worked really hard on it. Not gonna lie, friendly advice, but I think you should set up that YouTube comments show up on Twitch. It shows up on, if you look at my screen, it shows up here, right there. Because otherwise peeps like me get confused. That's fair. Uh, Justin said, we made so short we made so short Italian men could be bullied even more. I think short Italian men are doing just fine in Italy, at least from what I've heard. But yeah, moral philosophy has its necessary aspects, especially in political philosophy. Um, how to run, I think what you're asking for is a more just society. Because you said more perfect, and perfect can mean a lot of things because it really is subjective, you know? And we didn't actually take the time to define it. Um, highlight your eyes. You have a good hairstyle too. Thank you. It was just for the occasion of today, despite the occasion being now over. And also, I can't get this. Work it to stay, which is very sad. Sure. English isn't my native language, so I don't understand many things you're saying. What are you doing today? We're reading. Well, Tiago, you're, what language do you speak? Because I don't want to assume. Uh, and what I'm doing today, we're reading Albert Camus. So, Algerian slash French philosopher. Spanish or Argentinian? Oh, hey, I have a bunch of Argentinian friends. Let's go. Um, I think the idea of a perfect society um, is a moral society, yeah, governed by just laws and just policies and influenced by well-educated individuals. I firmly support the idea of modern age agoras to educate on philosophy and critical thinking, etc. I thought you were gonna go with the whole IQ route with that for a second there, Kai, and you worried me. Because one, IQ is a really horrible basis for understanding intelligence in humans, but also, um, the stream is basically French people need to go drink and smoke or else they go crazy. Drink coffee as well. That too, Justin. Um, yeah, no, I'm not that much of a piece of shit. LMAO said Kai. That's funny. I didn't think that you were. You didn't come off as one. I genuinely support greater intelligence and critical thinking amongst the greater masses rather than less. I mean, that's what I really aim to do with my YouTube channel. If you feel like following it, it's in the. I don't know if my mod is still here. He's probably asleep. They. But essentially, I aim to demystify philosophy so that it's understood by the greater public. Because it really is just, Tu sonrisa es hermosa. Oh, there's doors. But yeah, I think critical thinking. Oh, you are staying. Okay, thank you, doors. I appreciate you. I didn't know if you fell asleep or something. But I think modern age agoras, the thing is that if you read de Tocqueville, you might like him a lot, even though he technically was a French aristocrat visiting the US as democracy was just coming along. Because you seem to be more invested in political philosophy than anything else. Your voice is recovering well. It's not. I'm just forcing it, and I know I'm going to suffer tomorrow. Just put vodka in your coffee. That always helps. True. No, don't do that. Oh, I just want this to stay. Whatever. Everyone is sleeping. Fine, they are too weak for the grind. So real and so true. So real and so true, Justin. Tea with honey and lemon. Thank you, Tiago. I don't have two of those ingredients at the moment, unfortunately. But I should probably get them tomorrow, shouldn't I? To be fair, I don't watch YouTube that much at all, so I wouldn't end up checking in that much, TBH. That's fair. I think if you want if you want to see more of me in a way that's actually an edited video and not just me talking off the cuff on these ideas that I think are quite grand, and exactly probably your interest, uh, it's a good place to start. Although I haven't posted anything yet, so nah, you don't have to follow. In fact, don't follow. All of my promises first. Probably. I believe in the furthering of society through the uses of philosophy and the educational growth, etc. I understand the inherent esoteric thoughts of it. I understand the inherent esoterical thoughts of it. Um, but it can be used for positive means. Philosophy isn't inherently esoteric. In fact, it's mostly what spawned off most hard and soft sciences. There are esoteric aspects that could be garnered from it, like I don't know, Jungian psychology, Jungian analytical psychology, I guess. But yeah, no, that I think you would be more interested in political philosophy, but also educational growth. I think no one would disagree with you there. It would just be more so the allocations of how people want to distribute that so it's allocated better to the masses. And that's where you might run into a few people that are like, but I want my tax money going to this, or I don't want to pay that much tax. I want them to go to private school, or what have you, depending on what area you're from. Yeah. I'd like to think that philosophy is too big brain for most people. That is incorrect. You know why? Because philosophy is meant for the general public, and it always has been. They teach it in Europe, like as a class, just in high school. You're meant to know these sorts of things, and you're meant to be able to parse these sorts of things. But in modern philosophy, what I find is that there's been so much academic gatekeeping that we essentially cut off the layman from using these tools that we've had for centuries and understanding different frameworks and using them to our benefits for most Americans. Yeah. Because philosophy is really, once you understand the basics, which you should be learning genuinely in high school, um, you it's not hard to go from there. It really isn't. And it's so sad that we don't have that as like more a more known thing. Technically, the term Americans is misused because I, being Argentinian, am also American. Like an American citizen? Well, that would just make you Argentinian and American, no? Do you have like both citizenships? Americans are taught to memorize, not to learn. I think to an extent that is true, but also, conversely, I think that there are schools that do teach you to think more critically. Are they the same sort of accessible? No, because especially in certain states, things are a little bit paywalled, and knowledge is paywalled, which I find to be extremely disheartening. No, America is a continent. Argentina. Oh, you mean in that sense, like North American. America is a continent. Argentina is part of America, but the United States is something that isn't taught correctly. Yeah, it's in the USA, it's called the like we people regularly call it um America, or because it's shortened form of the United States of America, USA. But yeah, it is a misnomer technically. And also quite a um an egotistical one, a narcissistic one, if you will. Afghan giants have red hair. When they die, they turn blue. That's my giant fun fact of the day. The skin turns blue. But does the hair stay red? But yeah, I think you're right that there's a fundamental problem. Like there's flawed aspects of the American education system, and I've been through it. I find it harrowing, genuinely. The fact that so many things are dependent on um money, and since moving to a different country, um there's I see a lot more social mobility, to the point in which I look back at the US, and social mobility almost looks like an illusion at this point, which is really disheartening. So, yeah, I think that you're right. And I think that things like perhaps the ideal of an agora is fantastic. But really, we have systems in place around the world that function quite well and function very similarly to agoras, because once again, we're going based off of history, in which, of course, history isn't perfectly documented, and we want to we want to embellish it in certain cases. In some cases where we don't like the opposing party, we maybe want to make them sound worse. Uh, but there was no perfect system. I think we can aspire to get as close to it as possible. And I think there is a huge problem with the American education system, but will we address it right now? Ah, no, we have too much centralization of power with those who um IDK. Maybe I had bad luck in the US. I grew up memorizing the UCT stuff I learned 9th through 10th grade to get my senior year. At least go to 26 because I forgot half the stuff I learned. Like, why is it a thing? And the thing is that I agree with you. I was lucky enough to go to multiple schools growing up, and I saw how different a lot of them are. Because some of like I've gone to expensive schools as well as public schools, and the teaching styles are night and day. It's crazy, and it's really sad because I have friends that I know that have gone through public school, and they have all these like fantastic abilities. They're extremely intelligent, but they never were given the same opportunities or resources. And just like I also know shitheads that just had a lot of money and are doing really well, but not out of any sort of merit and not to the benefit of society, because they're really more so self-interested. And I say that like making them sound very flat as characters, but everyone has self-interest at the like deep down. But yeah, it's there's a huge disparity as it relates to education in the US, and it has to do with the wealth disparity. When you go to other countries, this is significantly less pronounced, I would say. I had some great teachers, but I was one of those kids who was told you can do anything XD, so I ended up committing to nothing. And well, in Argentina, there are even free universities, unlike there where they're fear based. Even hospitals are free. Yeah, I moved to Canada actually, and here I am at 32, um with no idea what to do still. Uh I'm not 32, but there is still time for you. And did you finish university? Because even if you did or did not, you know, I work in Argentina for a Canadian company. Oh no way! What company? I hate being sick. Send text to speech so I can get medicine or something. Caterpillar. I don't them. Hmm. But yeah, no. Going to Canada made me really realize just how bad the wealth disparity is in the US because you can just walk into a hospital with like cuz like I broke my foot in Florida and I was like, what am I going to do? And then I went to Toronto. You walk in and you walk out and there's no bills. No one asks you for anything. You just walk out. It's crazy. The machine cat. Oh. Oh, okay. Good for you. Did 2 years of to get my generals, but past that costs a lot of money. Yeah, no, honestly, it's actually cheaper to just go abroad, depending on whatever you want to do, and find something that speaks to you. Get a degree there in Argentina. Graduated as a master builder in high school. This year I will graduate as a senior petroleum technician from university. Good for you, Tiago. That's quite a you're gonna do well, petroleum I have moral gripes with, but you know, there's a lot of money in it. But um I tried to go to school in Canada and they stopped returning my calls, man. IDK, the struggle is real. Why did they stop returning your calls? That's so weird. That is actually genuinely weird. What school? Because you can always just ask for transfer. And especially if you already got your associates, transferring is much easier. Argentina, it's a resource that drives a large part of our economy. I live in precisely that area that produces the most. Oh, I have friends that because I grew up in like Boca Raton, Miami. A lot of my friends are Argentinian, so I know the industry over there. Maybe not to the same extent as you do, but I have a general like working knowledge of it. IDK. Either I tried to go to Winnipeg for business and I never got a call back. And for 20 years old, that was terrifying. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think honestly, it's never too late to retry if it's still something that piques your interest. And honestly, Winnipeg, never been, but I've heard pretty okay things. I'd say retry. And also, it's so much cheaper. And on top of that, even for foreign students, which is what you would technically be, um, like you get still a lot of help from the government. So imagine going for the entirety of your bachelor's and maybe accumulating like max 20K in debt, if even that. And that's Canadian, so transfer that to American. And on top of that, you get work through school and stuff like that. That's of course me making the system sound really great, but I'm just I'm glazing Canada since I moved here. How old are you? I love the way you express yourself. It captivates me. It is impolite to ask a person such as myself their age, but I'm 27. Yeah, for sure. But that was 10 plus years ago, and after the negative influence, it's hard to just shake that. No, I know the feeling. I know the feeling definitely, especially when you're so used to a certain way of life. I would say maybe it's just something to think about. You know, I'm not unhappy where I am or with the money that I make, but it's not for lack of effort. What do you mean? What is the lack of effort in reference to? In reference to like how much you work, how hard you work right now, or prior? Yes, said Justin. Like I tried to do better, get a higher degree job, And society gave me the middle finger. LMAO. Yeah, it do be like that, man. I will say, unless I'm getting some sort of large text to speech, guys, I'm gonna go. My voice, I don't know if you can hear it, but it sounds like this, and it's slowly getting worse. So I, unless there is some sort of um reason for me to stay up, like text to speech or just a tip in general, I think I gotta go. But we can continue this conversation. You can join the Discord. You can join another stream, what have you. You're still so young and incredibly beautiful. If you were Argentinian, I'm not, but thank you. Uh, Tiago, I think you're younger than me. Happy Valentine's Day to you too, brother. Good night, Holmes. Please rest well. Uh, whew, yeah, I'll do my best. Wait, 24, but age is reflected differently here. Socials, yeah. Thank you, Doors. Yeah, if you guys feel like donating up here, because I'm pretty sure going to work is not going to be fun. And, uh, but yeah, maybe I'll do some sort of political grift, sorry. And then, we'll see if I get donations like Brogan does. Donate $100 right now so I can stream tomorrow or something. No, okay, the stream on YouTube did quite well. Color me surprised. But yeah, thank you guys for yapping with me. Towards the end, the conversation was really good, so I appreciated you guys for that. Signing off for today. I'm a race car driver. No way. You have some training sessions. Wait, race car driver like NASCAR or F1? Training session scheduled for tomorrow because you're racing next weekend. My brother, who is fairly young, he's like 12 or like 11, 12. He's trained, well, he's been doing training for F1. So, I wish you the best of luck because I know how intense that is. And starting at a really young age, too. Trauma dump stream? Who's trauma dumping? Are you trauma dumping? Justin? In karting, I'm multiple champion in Argentina. 2 times champion, 2 times runner up, 2 times 8th place. Good for you, dude. Good for you. Well, with that, I think I am going to um sign off. Give me money next time. Or now, honestly. But actually just give me money now. But also bye. Oh. Uh-huh. Thank you for the follow, Tiago. Here, butterfly for you. Butterfly. But oh, I will hydrate or dehydrate. And hopefully I don't take too long to recover from my voice being absolutely shot from today. But with that, donate and I'll be posting a YouTube video soon. And also Happy Valentine's Day. And night.